pinging, and there's Mike.
There's Mike. Didn't even have to
I
ping him.
I was about to say I'll ping Mike.
Hello, Mike.
There he is.
Sorry. I
Dude,
was
you're
having
fine.
a bit of a tummy ache these last few days, and the reason why I'm late is because I was like on the toilet.
Dude, that's fine.
Do you want more
I-
detail? I can go into more
No.
detail.
No.
I am
Yes?
No
recording.
detail, please.
I am
Yes.
recording.
So,
All of the details.
No.
I will stop the recording right the fuck now.
Do it, you coward.
okay, it all started when I ate clams out of a
No.
Mike, that was your in the words of fucking the Big Hero 6. That was his mistake. That was your mistake.
That was his mistake.
Anyway,
Alright, I am not, in fact, going to apologize. I will simply let you all know that my brain is kind of scrambled right now because I've spent the last 3 hours reliving my childhood in the form of Dragon's Dogma 2, which has just dropped, and I am enjoying the hell out of it. So,
people are enraged at that game.
I don't care.
Is it good? Because, like,
I am having a great time.
okay. Because, like, I heard, like, everyone was so excited for this game, and then when it came out, like, there's like, it costs money to fast travel?
It doesn't. It really
Okay.
doesn't. Alright. So,
Yeah.
for the DLC situation. Dragon's Dogma is a hardcore RPG. So, fast travel is a limited consumable item. In the first game, there are only about 6 or 7 fast travel items in the whole game. So
I assume, so what I'm understanding is that it's just, like, Reddit getting mad about
Yeah.
stuff with no actual forethought.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
got it.
the DLC situation is that there's a DLC which lets you re-edit your character's appearance after you start the game. And then there are a couple of DLC you can pay a few bucks and you get extra fast travel items. So
What the heck happened last session?
the answer to the DLC situation is I don't care because I'm not buying the DLC. People can be butthurt if they want to. I'm having a great time.
Glenn looked at the roll 20.
So
Did he?
is it time for the recap, Pancake? I think it's time for the recap.
I don't think it's time for the recap yet. I think we can milk this a little bit longer.
Okay, I'm
Because
sorry.
someone in this call, 2 people in this call, have not supplied me with downtime activities, so this is not going to be a very productive session.
Oh
I
shit!
supplied you with downtime
You wanted a
activities.
write out. I have plenty of plans for downtime activities. I didn't know you wanted like a write out. I'm sorry.
I literally told everyone in this call like multiple times, I need to know what you want to do because I have to prep it.
Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood that. Oh my god, I'm the worst. I will write something up and send it to you as we go. You don't have to worry about it this session. We can do it in the background later.
Fair. I also have a note about the item you ordered, Mike. We will get to that later.
Perfect. I'm sorry.
Alrighty then.
Alright, cool. So, I have notes, book. Give me one sec. I do not have the book. I will be right back.
You must retrieve the sacred text.
Oh god. I don't think I will need any energy drink for today's session because I just woke up.
Yeah, same.
Coffee.
Tea sounds good though.
I will start eating my chocolate-covered coffee beans.
Sounds good.
They're
Alright, cool.
amazing. It's dark chocolate covered in like dark roast coffee beans.
My mom is a big fan of those.
Mm-hmm.
They're very good. Okay. I think we're good to go. Don't worry, Ocean. Your day 3 will be given what you have told me about your first 2. Your day 3 is already taken care of. Okay,
I just wasn't sure if I needed to give you that information.
that's fine. I was gonna completely override whatever you said for day 3 at this point because you've just like walked me down the garden path of what needs to happen here.
I'm trying to keep it easy, man. You know,
I appreciate it.
I
Okay.
don't think it's terribly hard, but yeah.
Nah, it'll be fine. All right, Swampy, you may now recap. When last we left our heroes,
When last we left our heroes, we had just, okay, so, Glenn wasn't here for the last 2 sessions, so, last we left our heroes, we were heading out for the 3rd job. We had interacted at the fjord, we were leaving for the forest. We had that mini session where we had a sleepy dream with the gods, and we made camp for the night after that. In the morning, we woke up and we headed out for the next area. After fighting a skeleton, which it seems that this is the area they're originating from, but we haven't any more information on that, we heard a loud hunting horn. Approaching it, we found a a large church, and in front of it, and inside of it, and around them, Dragon Army soldiers. There were 2 on horseback that seemed stunned by the call, which was immediately cut off, and we engaged in a fight with them. We fought and fought and fought. There were a lot of draconians, and the horn wailed a few more times. After beating the draconians off and down, it was a very tough fight. We entered the church. We found 2 people inside of it. These were the scouts that we had been told had gone missing. They were kind of in this church where they had made a camp, and they were attacked by a lot of draconians and Dragon Army soldiers. There was a lot of carnage on the inside from where they had scuffled, and we finished that off after dealing with people outside. A figure dressed in, kind of cloaked in black, who had been observing the scene, left before we could interact with them, and kind of disappeared. At the end of the fight, we found the engineer and this scout, who's some kind of like information or language specialist, and we didn't get too much information out of them. Basically, we learned that the city beyond the fjord, right, Whale Watch, had been taken. And that they had now taken the fjord. That's probably how they did it. They starved out Whale Watch by controlling the fjord. We then decided to start heading back towards Kalaman with these 2 people so that they could report in and that we could get more information. Before we were able to report in, we found that the fjord that we had been at was on fire rather violently, and we heard the sounds of battle coming from it. So we left a number of people at the cart, including Luma, who we just kind of said that you had been passed out from the big fight we had earlier in the day. You were watching the cart, or asleep. We went and engaged at the fjord. We wiped out everyone that was there, and found this army full of people wearing green boots. Also, back at the church, we found out that we have bounties. We found a scroll that contained bounties for us. I think it's like 50 gold pieces each, or 100 gold pieces each, and then a bounty on anyone wearing green shoes. We then went to the fjord. We found people with green shoes attacking it, burning it to the ground, and that reinforcements are coming. We fought alongside these people to kill the Dragon Army soldiers that were there, all of the remaining ones, before we decided to head out. We met up with them, and I'll tell you who they are in just a second, but we decided to do something in the fjord. We knocked down the big bridge there. We talked to the engineer, we gathered all the supplies we can, and dropped the bridge because the people with green shoes have basically been being chased down for quite a while now. So we destroyed the bridge of the fjord, so it was now impassable, and that Whale Watch could be retaken, because now the Dragon Army would be starved out there, trapping the 1,000 or so Dragon Army soldiers on this side of the bridge. The ones that were planning to invade Kalamet are now stuck without the support of the ones below the fjord. With all of that in mind, we headed back to Kalaman, and along the way it was revealed that the people with the green boots are actually the mercenaries from Vogler. We don't know exactly how or why, but the mercenaries that we engaged with at Vogler, the ones that had stayed behind to fight the Red Dragon Army, a number of them are still alive. and the person leading them at this point is Cudgel. So Luma, the thing I was asking about for like several days, if Pancake had told you yet, so you know how your family was dead and you had all that edge? You're gonna have to return that edge to the store, because only one of your families is dead again.
So you can have a little bit of edge as a
You can
treat.
have some edge, but you're gonna have to return some of it, because
Alright.
yeah, Cudgel is alive, as well as a number of the
All
people
our
you would have
return
served
policy
with.
works like that.
But yeah, so the Green Shield mercenaries. A lot of them are alive. They are now wearing green boots. There's a whole story about that they didn't tell us, but they're like kind of D&D, like they throw around, oh, it's a whole thing about a cobbler and this and that. But yeah, in the end, we are now with the people, returning with the people who wore the green shoes, the remaining Green Shield mercenaries, back to the city of Kalaman. As far as we know, Becklin didn't make it. Well, no one's seen Becklin since the fight. But Cudgel is still alive. He's leading it, as well as just several members of their army. I don't remember exactly how many men they had, but they've basically just been running since Vogler.
At the beginning of the events in Vogler, there were 250 ironclad mercenaries. There are now 75.
Yeah. So the numbers have been greatly reduced. Number of them have passed and kind of been caught up in the battle, but the organization is not dead. And its primary leaders, for the most part, are alive. Of course, except for Becklin, as far as we know, because I think we asked Cudgel and they said they hadn't seen Becklin since. So Becklin may be alive, but Becklin is not with this group at the very least.
Okay.
Other than that, that's kind of where we left off. We left off heading back to the city of Vogler after destroying the bridge, and that's
You guys are
where
gonna
our
have to give me a second. I can't currently hear anything. Hold on.
That's fine.
Rip Ocean. He's
and
dead.
That is where
We killed him off
that's
screen.
where our 3 days of downtime start. We get back to Vogler. I believe Pancakes. That's up to you whether or not we kind of hand wave us meeting back up with the council. But the plan is that we're having like 3 days of taking it easy once we get back, because we've basically for the past like 5 days been out constantly fighting and trying to gain information.
Not Vogler. It was
We're Kalaman. We're
Kalaman.
back in Kalaman. Yeah.
Yes.
Vogler was the attacked city. I always forget the name.
So, the current military situation, as you guys understand it, just to lay it all out there, once Ocean gets back,
And can hear.
Alright, so it does slightly change my plans for the 3 days.
you had
Correct. That's
plans.
why
I didn't know anything about them.
I told you them at least 3 times during the
You-
entire time we've been
You told
down.
me you wanted to spend 3 days digging through old bookshops.
No, I said the first day I'd be in a tavern mourning. The second day I'd be going from temple to temple praying for the dead. And the third day I'd be in the bookshops.
That is enough activities for about 1 day. Unless you really want to get blackout drunk again. But
that's a
current
personal
military
decision.
situation, as it is understood by y'all, there is a force of about 1,000 Dragon Army soldiers somewhere in the north, over on the other side of the Vingard River, which is the main trade thoroughfare from Callum. They are somewhere up there in the hinterlands doing God only knows what. There is an unknown size of force below the Vingard on the same shore as Kalaman, which seems to be mostly centered around the southwestish part of the Dargard mountain valley. So, and there are also just kind of undead cropping up out of nowhere in the same region.
I'm sure those won't be a problem at all.
Probably not.
I'm sure this will
And-
resolve itself.
It most likely will. Also, the Wheel Watch, the fort that is currently held by the Dragon Army, is one of two primary trade routes into Kalaman. So Kalaman is now completely cut off of resources from the west because that is the way castle that guards the road. So long as the enemy holds it, no one's getting to Kalaman that way.
Yes. But it is supplied by the fjord, I believe.
Yes, the fjord is how it gets most of its supplies because the farmland in that region is beholden to Wheelwatch. Like, the guy who owned Wheelwatch before it was overthrown was, like, the local lord.
Okay. In that, I believe one of the reasons we wound up blowing the fjord was so that they couldn't supply Whalewatch either. So
Yes.
theoretically, Kalaman can retake Whalewatch, although it might be... It's going to be a less strategic position now that the fjord's gone.
Well, the fjord's not gone. The bridge is gone. It
bridge
can
is gone.
still be crossed, but only at certain times of day now.
Times of
It's
day
now a
that you
proper
can set
fjord
up
rather than a bridge.
ambushes.
Yes.
So, there is, when you get back, there is a meeting with Lady Perth to give her the rundown of the situation, at which point you are informed that the next step is to retake Wheelwatch, but some time will need to be taken to prepare and to properly assess the forces there, and you will be informed when it is your time to begin acting again. Until then, you have basically free reign of the city, which is going to amount to your 3 days of downtime.
Neat.
Mildly related question. We would have received payment for the 3 jobs we did.
Yes. So your commission is 3 gold per job completed. So in this case, that's 9 gold each, plus your additional wages of 5 gold for the week. So
Okay,
8 gold total per person.
I do not believe I get any of that because I was not under contract.
Correct. You'd probably get mercenary commission, which is 12 silvers.
Okay.
So wait, 3 gold per job and then 5 for the week?
Yes.
Oh, 1 gold for each job totaling 3.
Yes.
Okay.
So 3 gold and what?
You get 8 gold.
Total. 8 gold total.
Your commission is 1 gold per job you complete, per like individual contract, and you get 5 gold as a salary every week.
Neat. Fun. Alright.
Yep. Just if we need to spend money, I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
Over here.
I am not super worried about the cost of living situation because, your accommodations and your food are mostly paid for, unless you're going to go wildly out of your way to, like, throw a party or get blackout drunk every night kind of thing. Then you're going to have to start tracking how much money you're spending.
Cough, cough.
I have a very potentially costly project, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know, which is why I'm warning you against any further benders.
Any what?
Further benders.
I was just gonna say you have a
Embry
very
is
expensive.
still out of realm.
I was gonna say you have a rather expensive personality problem. I can stop anytime I want.
So I would call raging alcoholism a bit more than just a problem.
Oh no, it's not a problem. It's a personality trait.
Yeah, that's a healthy way of. That's totally a healthy and rational way of looking at it.
It's just a part of who you are. We're not gonna ask you to change for your friends.
That was my favorite part of orientation for my new job, is they wanted us to do the whole, give us a fun fact, tell us your name kind of thing. Which, between me and another guy, pretty much immediately devolved into, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah.
So pretty soon everyone else in the room was also a raging alcoholic, and we were having benders every night, and dude, I can't keep buying all of these hookers, it's a problem, we've got to stop. It just immediately devolved. It was great. Orientation went well.
My favorite is always like the nonsensical ones, like, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I'm addicted to eating rolls of paper towels.
There you go. My personal favorite was like one of the people there was really obviously she just got out of high school, and she and her boyfriend were like, this is their first job, so doing it together. So she's doing the whole too cool for school act of like, hi, my name's Storm, and I'm not going to tell you anything about me. Then this other guy to my right goes, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I've been an alcoholic for 7 years. I go, I've been an alcoholic for 12 years. Way bigger alcoholic than that guy, At which point her boyfriend starts bouncing off of all of us, so we're just going in a circle around this girl who really clearly does not want to be there.
At least you guys are having fun with it.
Yeah, I still talk to him too. Normally, when I come in for third shift, I'm replacing him on whatever job he's on.
I'm just imagining the fucking hi. Hi, I'm an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic. Hi, I'm Paul.
Hi,
Yep.
I'm Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul.
The natural end to that conversation is just hi, I'm Paul.
It really is.
It's all fun
So that
and
was a
games
good
until
time.
one of you guys actually comes out to be an alcoholic, and then you're all like, ooh.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were, because they were willingly taking second shift.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, you have 3 days of downtime. You have 8 gold apiece. Let's start with Ocean.
Ocean man.
Ocean man! Ocean, if you are with us, give us a sign.
I am here.
You sound very far away now. Hello?
How about now?
Much better.
Okay.
Cool.
Yes, what did you want from me? Sorry.
Yes, we're starting with you.
In the 3 days?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Good news. There are a couple of people who want to get married.
Oh, good.
Extra good news. Cudgel is currently unconscious and recovering, which makes you the ranking officer of the Ironclad Regiment at the moment.
Okay. What does that mean for me?
You are a commanding officer now. You don't have to directly take charge because, well, the company is at rest. It's going to more or less take care of itself.
Yeah.
But until such a time as Cudgel is recovered, you have 75 mercenaries at your beck and call.
That's more than a couple.
I can't see this going
Good luck
well.
with that.
Okay.
Fun fact, 2 of them
Outstanding
would like to get
business.
married.
Of course they do.
So, like, you
I'm
haven't
sure-
even told the bartender yet. They're just like, hey, can we get married? Like, you're our commanding officer. Can you please marry us?
You're in luck. In that case, they're in luck.
Woo!
I don't. Are you familiar with the spell ceremony, Pancake?
I am familiar, but read me the effect you would like.
Okay, so obviously, as I think I said, it requires 25 GP worth of silver powder, which I'm assuming I can get from any alchemy shop. It's a really basic ingredient, right?
Mhm.
We're just gonna hand wave that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
he's charging, was it 30 gold for the ceremony, so you're going to make 5 gold off of the deal?
Per.
Yeah.
I feel like that's fairly reasonable.
It's honestly pretty reasonable considering how expensive weddings can get. They're willing to pay 30 gold for a priest.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's not like breaking anyone's bank or anything.
So basically, you touch adult humanoids willing to be bonded together in marriage. For the next 7 days, each target gains a +2 to AC while they're within 30 feet of each other. A creature can benefit from this right, again, only if widowed.
Not if they're divorced. We don't accept divorce in this Christian Orthodox.
Oh god.
No.
We might cast
no divorce.
spells, but we don't allow that divorce nonsense.
No divorce nonsense in D&D.
I love. I was gonna say the only reason for that line is purely. It's a very funny line. The only reason for that is because players would abuse it if they didn't say that.
Well, I know, but it's also really funny.
I agree.
You literally cannot benefit from this effect again unless your spouse dies. I don't care how unpleasant your marriage is 15 years in. You don't get a bonus unless she's dead.
Yeah.
That bitch is in hell where she belongs. Until then,
Yup.
But yes, I'm gonna, I can 100% do it. I can even do it magically for them. 30 GP,
Mhm.
and then I'll go down to the shop, get some silver, and we get started.
So one
Wait,
thing
is
a
it
wedding
two?
requires, specifically in Salamnia, is it requires a legal binding witness. Funny enough, you happen to have one in the party.
Who else besides me?
John.
Wait, how is he a legal witness?
Because he's a monk.
Hello.
Because he's a monk.
Hello.
Okay.
Would you like to officially witness for a wedding among mercenaries, Ajan?
Sure.
Let's
It's
do
okay.
it.
I'm the one officiating it.
Ajahn, you forgot to ask if there would be booze.
There will
Ajan's
be.
gonna-
This is mercenaries.
Yeah, he's gonna try and cut back, but he's definitely gonna be tempted.
Thank you.
This is fair. So yeah, your first day is mostly spent in preparation for it's a very quiet ceremony, but the mercenaries themselves are more or less in the refugee camp with the other people from Vogler. So pretty much everyone from Vogler shows up to the wedding ceremony because they've got nothing else going on.
Now, is it when you say two people want to get married, they want to get married to each other, or two people want to have two separate marriages?
Two people want to get married to each other.
Okay, perfect.
It's fairly common among mercenary groups. Like, if you're familiar with pirate history, they would do that too. Where, like,
They
Yeah.
would even allow gay marriage.
correct.
This is true.
Which this happens to be one. We just haven't gotten that far yet. But
I have no problem with that.
Gay pirate weddings.
I would be surprised if you did. But it's both the kind of like, if this person die, or if I die, I want this person to get all my stuff kind of pirate wedding, but also like these two people just very clearly care for each other. And it's
Yeah.
the thing to do. Because everyone else is dying, so we might as well get married. So it's a very short, very poignant ceremony.
Perfect.
There
I
is booze.
imagine Luma went as well.
You sound very far away.
I am very far away. I imagine Luma went as well. I'm kind of confused as to why these people are getting hitched, but they're for it.
Fair enough.
And after the wedding, I'll still check in on Koja's men, although it's at the wedding. If it's at the wedding, perfect. Yeah. Actually, that works. Everyone's in the same place for me to check in on, and then I can go tell townskeeps about, hey, I'm around for marriage and weddings.
Yeah, fair enough. There probably aren't going to be any more immediately, but that's more or less what eats up your whole day. Is you have to show up, officiate the wedding. Ajan has to like co-sign for all of the people there as the official witness.
Yeah.
Counselor Merrill's there too, just hanging out in the background. Like you just see her at the back of the crowd.
What?
I also like to imagine Ajahn takes like 10 minutes to sign his signature every time because he only learned like 3 days ago.
Yeah, you just you can see probably like these like very beautiful longhand script and then like the blockiest like ugly letters.
Your A is just a cube missing a line.
Yeah.
That's accurate because I taught him to write on fucking on wax tablets.
Yeah.
Correct, you did.
So he writes like Greek diner style.
Yup. Alright. Who wants to go next? Swampy, you made a noise.
Sure, I will do stuff next.
Mhm.
So what I was gonna do on the first day was first off kind of cruise the temple district, try and see if there's any monasteries, and if
Uh-huh.
that doesn't kind of turn up any of the results I'm looking for, was to go to whoever Lady Perth found to train me in the thingy.
Fair enough. What are you particularly looking for in a monastery that would pique your interest?
Well, first, are there like a lot of monasteries in this city?
There is a temple district with not like an overwhelming number of various different churches, but Kalaman is religiously diverse enough to have an entire quarter dedicated to religious study and work. So, like, if you go to Castle Kalaman, that whole pie wedge, like, directly under it is the temple district.
Oh, you changed the map to be. Did you? I'm still looking at the burning city.
I apologize. I forgot where you were. Okay.
It's fine.
So, in the map of Kalaman, directly under Castle Kalaman, there is the Temple Commons. For 2 blocks on either side of that wedge is the Temple District. It's full of smaller churches, newer religions, because the old gods have been more or less forgotten. Basically, this is all of the religions that have cropped up since the Cataclysm, more or less.
Okay. Probably any that look like they have kind of training fields or facilities around them, and or anything that looks particularly like a monkey, as opposed to just like the more traditional priests, like kind of people of the world, as opposed to people that have just spent their entire life studying religion.
Roll me a d6, please.
Okay. Four.
Got it. 1 sec.
Cool.
Alright, so you aren't really going to see anything that is overtly monk-like in the way that you are describing. However, there's a low building in the Temple Commons, which is kind of a long, straight structure with a very obvious training ground set around it for people. There are people out there practicing archery. There are a couple of spear fighters sparring out in the training field. And walking down the lines of archers, there is a centaur with a bow kind of precariously balanced on something approximating a belt sheath, and just this massive spear, like boar spear, kind of slung casually over her shoulders as she's approaching, or not approaching, as she's walking the line, critiquing the archers. It's, to your knowledge, pretty obviously a weapons sal. So these are people who are actively practicing weapon craft, but it's also set in the center of the temple district. So it's got kind of a religious fighter vibe going on. They're just not overtly preaching their god as they learn how to fight.
Got it. I'm gonna. Is there like a clear entrance, or is it just kind of? Or is there like a fence around this area, or?
Nope, it's just an open field with a sow in the middle.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of
It's
walk
like
over, watch them
this-
for a bit, and try and talk
this
to the
area here.
talk to the centaur when they look not busy.
Okay. They're not really going to look not busy, but it is possible to get their attention if you'd like.
All right, I'll do that after kind of a little while of watching.
Uh-huh.
Hello?
Hello there. Can I help you? Come to practice in the Palace of Gerd?
I'm not entirely sure what that is, but something along those lines, yes.
Ah. Well, you look well practiced in the martial arts. Tell me, who's your saint?
She just kind of like stands there and doesn't say anything for a bit.
Ah. A novice, eh?
Yes, I've had a few teachers, but nothing of saints sorts.
I see. Well then, what is it that brings you here to my cell on this fine day?
Uh, well, I've come to be in possession of a weapon, and I was hoping to learn to use it better, or get pointed in the right direction. I've been using it for a while, but haven't had much luck, and I just kind of pull out the spear.
Ah, it's a good weapon.
Yes. I can tell it has a lot of potential, but I haven't quite been able to use much of it.
That's down to training. I'd say you're more accustomed to smaller weapons. You'd use a dagger, sling, possibly a staff.
Something
Nothing
of...
bladed.
I actually do use something bladed, a smaller spear. I just kind of pull out the other one I've got with the various symbols of gods in them, of the old gods in them.
Nothing like a glaive, though. Okay. Might be you could learn, especially around here. Tell me, do you know... Is there anything you do know about Gerd or his barracks?
I can't say I'm familiar. I'm not from this area.
Not from any place near here either, I would wager. Well, I am a bailiff. As you can see, this is my field. I train the faithful and even some not faithful for the right price, and I am well proficient with more or less any weapon you could hand me. However, I do teach as well as train. So if you would care to join the fold, I am more than happy to welcome you. However, I also offer services as a trainer should you desire. However, your more accustomed fighting style might take some readjustment to use such a weapon.
Yes. I don't have too much time in the city. Well, I'm happy to learn. I was more hoping to get some idea of where to start. Again, I've been using it and trying to, and I think I might be able to get the specifics down in fighting on my own, but just how to use it at all, or where to start.
This I think I could do. It's rare to see someone so young take up an interest in such archaic weaponry, and I'm intrigued, we shall say. I can offer you... She, glances around the training yard to all of the other people. I could offer you a few hours of my time, free of charge. However, you will get a lecture out of the deal as well.
I am always willing and open to learn. She just kind of just bows.
Excellent. Wait here. We'll begin shortly.
Alright.
And you are going to get a roughly 3.5 hour long tutorial in how to properly use a glaive. You're also going to get a 3.5 hour long lecture on the nature of divinity in post-cataclysm age.
Fair enough. I can't say I'm familiar with that. I will express to her kind of my own experience as a delver in kind of old ruins to the old gods, or ruins to the old gods.
She's not irreverent of the old gods, but she's completely dismissive of their power, being someone who is wholly immersed in the current religious cycle, which revolves around saints.
Fair enough.
So, there is a belief that has cropped up since the Cataclysm, which is that there can be no new gods. Divinity has been effectively stripped from Krynn, is the more or less overarching philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
So people don't really worship gods anymore. What they worship are saints, who are believed to be avatars embodying something. In her particular case, she's a bailiff of Gerd, which is, in game terms, that's about as close as you can be to, or as close as you can get to being a paladin in this setting without actually taking an oath of any kind.
Got it.
She's the everyman's version of a paladin, because paladins just straight up don't exist yet.
No one's got that sick, nasty divine power.
Correct. Let's Mostly because paladins aren't actually directly tied to the divine, but there is a like your oath has to require you to believe in something, right? So there's not yet been a person who has achieved that level of devotion to a cause.
Got it.
And there is some kind of outer spark that from which their magic comes, which is either missing or no one has found yet. So in game terms, she is a paladin, but in lore terms, she's just a person with a very strong conviction toward her saint.
Got it. Interesting.
Yeah. So she can smite, but she can't lay on hands, basically.
Mom says we have paladin at home.
Correct.
Daily.
What you learn is specifically about Gerd is that Gerd is the avatar or saint is the word that they prefer to use. He is the saint of protection. So his whole deal is defending the innocent and generally spreading goodwill, but also intense direct violence as a solution to most problems.
As the good Lord said, any problem can be solved with the right application of force. If it
Correct.
doesn't work, then there is simply an issue of magnitude, direction, or orientation.
Yes.
If,
His
if
holy symbol is a laurel wreath with a club in the middle.
all right,
The Lord of Bunk.
the Lord of
Yeah.
All those
Is-
he finds to be promiscuous shall be sent forth to horny jail.
That's a different saint, but I digress. Gerd's whole deal is that he was once a sheep farmer, and then his village was overtaken by, your standard evil lord who then oppressed the people, and he is the one who led the rebellion against said evil lord, and that he just never stopped crusading against corrupt authority up until the point where he died, at which point he was sainted, and people now continue to rebel against corrupt authority under his name, as well as having extended his influence to the general protection of all of the people who are not of Gerd. Because if you are in Gerd's order, you are expected to be a fully fledged warrior, and therefore use your abilities to protect the general populace, which they refer to as the flock.
fair enough. All right. I will definitely take that lesson and both those lessons. And I don't know if I'd have more time in the day, but as a flavor thing, if
Uh-huh.
I had the time, I would go to the artisans district and try and get the glass to make 2 icons of Gerd, like one for myself and one for as like a gift for the bailiff.
Fair enough. You probably have time to do that.
Yeah. Again, I have proficiency with glass cutter's tools, so just like little icons.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, you almost certainly have enough time to go do that.
Yep. And then that will be my first day.
And you have now also unlocked growing proficiency with the glaive. So we're going to start doing the rolling for proficiency thing.
Got it.
You need a total of 50. You'll be rolling a d8 every time you use it in combat.
Do I get a d8 to start at this time or not yet?
Yes.
Okay.
So after every fight in which you use it, you can roll a d8. However, that's only going to increase in combat. Using it outside of combat will keep up your proficiency, but it won't increase it.
Noted. I need the dice roller. Alright, that is my first day then. We may move on to others.
Heck. Hey Ajan, what do you want to do other than help officiate a wedding?
So, how long does the wedding officiating actually take?
About 2 hours for your part.
Okay.
So you've got most of the day left.
Okay, so the first thing I'm probably gonna do is go pick up my commission, which I'm probably immediately gonna have to barter and sell because it's pointless now.
I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Oh, okay. Like I said, we'll do something. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the blacksmith shop that I commissioned it from.
Yep. So Henrik and his oldest son Jorel have finished work on your project. It came out looking pretty much exactly how you expected. However, Jorel sort of hems and haws over it before actually handing it to you. And Henrik goes, it probably isn't going to work the way you expected it to. We followed the design as closely as we could, but I just don't know if this is what you were aiming for. And as you take it, it is way heavier than you thought it would be when you first designed it.
It's kind of like, so because what's it made of? Because we initially said it's going to be like, oh, like heavy like hempen or leather rope. So what's it made of?
So it is made of effectively leather, but the gauge of leather that you specified just brings its weight from being like sparring leathers, which is effectively what you ordered, into full-on battering ram kind of territory for your punches.
I put it on and I'm just kind of like, I'm okay with this.
What this equates to is while you are using it, you're going to move slower and benefit less from dexterity, meaning your AC is going to be -2, but you will do +4 damage.
Okay, so it's interesting.
You are not going to be as
Not bad of a
agile
trade-off.
while you use this item because your design has just not translated exactly the way you wanted it to. But it's usable for something if you like.
Okay.
Using it as a choice. You don't have to.
This is Pancake the DM saying, please reduce that goddamn AC, please.
No. I mean, yes, but it's also the Pancake the DM going, thank you for telling me it was going to be useless before you picked it up so I could alter what it did.
Fair enough.
So
Yeah.
you didn't just waste 5 gold or whatever it was you paid for it.
Well, especially just because like I did not realize we'd be going to level 5. So I thought like, okay, this is gonna be a little bump until then, but so
Right.
now it's actually like a bit of like a, do I wear, like, is this a day worth wearing it? Is this a day not worth wearing it? Like,
I was really hoping that was how it would be because I wanted it to be like a trade-off for a pretty significant buff. That was
So-
the hope anyway. Let me know how I did on that as you use it, how it feels to use.
let's see. So it's -2 to my AC, and it brings my movement speed from 40 to what, 30?
It doesn't affect your movement speed, just your AC. You can't dodge as well while you're wearing it.
Gotcha,
It
gotcha.
throws
Oh,
off
I
your
see, I
weight.
see. Okay.
You
So
are
it's
suddenly a lot
basically
more top heavy
sacrificed-
than you're used
yeah.
to be.
So like, I'd imagine that like it kind of like it looks a bit like this is again be a very niche reference, but have you ever seen what Mongolian wrestlers wear, where they have these like whole arm like pads sort of things? I imagine it looks kind of like that.
I don't know what that looks like actually.
Take a look.
I've seen those,
Um,
and they're actually kind of sick.
Yeah. So that's what I imagine, like these very like heavy sort of things, but it also they cover up my hands for punching. So thank you guys kindly. You know, it's a little different from what I'm used to, but I think kind of just like feeling like the weight a bit. Gonna just shadow box a little bit. Throw some kicks in there. I think this will do just fine. Appreciate.
Good to hear. We were a little bit worried when it didn't quite turn out.
I was asking for something very specific made by artisans who basically just make that their entire time. The fact that you guys did this good is a feat in its own right. You guys have real skill here.
Much appreciated. We work on it.
Now, I was going to ask you guys another question.
Go for it.
There's another investment that I was looking to make.
No.
Do you know who I would talk to if I wanted to get into shipwright construction? A commission, potentially, or at least a place where I could get the material for it?
Are you looking to build a new ship?
Potentially, yeah.
That would be under the jurisdiction of Counselor Black. You would have to talk to him about getting a new ship registered before you build it. And then he could help you sort out sourcing materials after that. You would have to put in an official petition with Counselor Black before you could do that, though.
Just like
As
the
for-
idea The idea of bureaucracy to Ajan is like, why do I need permission to build a ship?
Are you going to ask that?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that. Like,
Okay.
or not like I was gonna. I need permission to build a ship.
Well, you don't need permission to build the ship per se. What you need is permission to register the ship with this port.
But the
Because
ship
if you're
doesn't
not
exist
registered
yet.
with the port, you can't dock anywhere else. Like, you have to have a home port, and they have
I-
to sponsor you so that if you do anything stupid on the seas, we know who to go talk to. Like, you can't just turn pirate and have an unregistered ship
Oh,
because
trust me, I am not turning pirate, but I am gonna ask. Define doing stupid shit on the seas.
Of course you would.
like if you lose cargo, right? Someone has to pay for it. Like someone has to sponsor you, so you're just not going out and doing your own thing. And also, if you start turning pirate hunter, which I imagine you are because look at you.
Turning
Like you're
pirate.
gonna go out and you're gonna beat up pirates, right? But then if you don't have a registered port of call and you don't have colors or livery, no one's gonna know who the hell you are, and you're just gonna get sunk because you're attacking, as far as anyone knows, random ships out in the ocean.
I guess
Like,
that's fair. Inside
It-
Ajan's head, that is such bullshit.
I imagine that this also happened with the monks you worked with. You just didn't do it; someone else did.
yeah,
I'd imagine the monks probably they had their own. They probably had their own livery of a certain kind.
they
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, so it's just like,
Their port
Alright.
of call was just their temple.
yeah. So now we're gonna go through the exciting adventure of Ajan goes to the DMV.
I'd like to register a boat. Have you ever owned a boat before? I've been on boats for most of my life.
Yeah,
That
like
wasn't my question.
I know boats like the back of my hand. But yeah, so I'm gonna go and get started on that process.
I'm sorry, but we've been living most our lives living in a sailor's paradise. Anyway,
Yeah, yeah. So I head to the counselor to get that
Okay.
started.
so that very much is a DMV deal where you're going to spend several hours waiting to put in a request that will then be reviewed and then be sent to the counselor for approval or denial. So that is a process going to take a bit.
So I'm buying a car in real life right now.
Yeah, no, you really are.
So thank you for this escapism opportunity.
On the plus
you've given me.
side, I'm not going to charge you money for the attempt to register anything.
Okay. Okay. So,
You will only be charged money if you do successfully register a new boat construction.
okay.
And just as an aside, on the paperwork, you also have to specify like what size of vessel you're building, how much you expect it to cost, and which port you expect to be using, which is in this case Kalaman. And then you have to like not sign away legal rights to it, but effectively say, yes, I am signing underneath of Kalaman, and if this is approved, this boat will be legally represented by the Kalaman Council in all matters except that of business.
Okay. Yeah, so
So, yeah.
I sign what needs to be done. So in terms of what I was actually planning on building, I wasn't going to build a massive like galleon. Like I don't have the time or the money to do that.
It'd be cool if you did, though. Anyway.
If that's feasible, in reality, it would be something more akin to a cutter. So like it has a below deck. It's got probably like 2 sails, and it could fit like the party.
Right.
But it's mostly like a very like light moving fast ship, not mainly meant for like cargo or artillery, but it's a very fast, very like practical ship.
Got it. So I will make a note that this is happening, and we will eventually revisit this when the bureaucratic process has taken its time and gotten really properly going.
Real life waiting time. Awesome.
It's called foreshadowing, and it's a writing concept. Anyway.
Gotcha.
I think it's more Penguin
Respect
didn't know
that.
you were doing this, so he did not make the DMV or the boat laws.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
what he did was he told me about an hour ago that he was going to do this, at which point I made the executive decision that I know exactly how this is going to go, and he's not allowed to know yet.
Okay. I like surprises.
Which basically means every investment you've made so far in this campaign, I have DM overruled to do something else with, and I think that's really funny.
That's fine. Like it's called that's how investments work in real life.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Such escapism I offer you.
I know. Oh boy.
All right,
Anywho.
who's next? Hey, Luma,
Well,
what you doing?
I'd probably have been at the weddings
There was
due
only one.
to that is my company.
Uh-huh.
Luma would probably be a little bit confused as to why these people are getting married, having not known them too well, but oh well.
They sure do seem to be getting married, though, you know that much.
Yeah. And he's there for them.
Uh-huh.
If Cudgel is up and about, he would
He
give
is
his
not.
report to Cudgel. Otherwise,
Okay.
he's
Luma's been listening to the same book as I have, so he knows how healing works, but I'm just going to explain to all of you. Healing magic is not actual, like, miraculous you are healed, so despite the fact that Cudgel is undergoing some pretty heavy healing magic right now, the way that works is it just speeds up the recovery process. It doesn't eliminate it, and it drains your own physical strength to do that, not the strength of the caster. So she's going to be out for a while, because she sustained some serious injuries.
there.
Is that also partially from the healing that I did for her? Is why she's also out?
Yeah. Like, you
okay.
were the person who started this process, but it's going to take at least a couple of days for her to even be conscious, let alone back on her feet.
Yeah, she's basically been running a marathon every day for the past week trying to get these people to not die.
Also, according to Scratcher, who is now technically your second in command until she gets back up and he's your logistics man, she hasn't slept since Vogler.
Holy fuck.
So she's not okay.
She's probably going to be asleep for a couple days. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, she also might lose a leg. It's not pretty.
Jesus Christ. Is there anything I can do for that? Magically?
Magically, pray. Like,
Yikes.
you have
Okay.
done all you can. There is only waiting to see how she reacts now.
Got it.
Quite possibly because she is a mercenary, she needs an order to go rest. Not that she needs it, but more that she's in the headspace of we're in a war right now.
No, she's in the headspace of I'm currently unconscious.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the second in command.
No, this is Cudgel. She is out and will be for a while.
Okay.
Completely non-functional. Anyway, sorry.
So, probably go to Dwarvos. Kind of awkwardly because he's a party member at this point, but pull Dwarvos aside maybe towards the end of the weddings and say, I need to make my formal debrief about the mission I took on with my party.
That is between the two of you.
The problem is, I, as the player, don't know what happened to Luma.
Ah. That is a problem, isn't it?
Yes.
If only we were in a confined space for half an hour every night. You could talk to me about that kind of thing.
It didn't come up in my mind while we were carpooling.
Well,
So
here
yeah,
we go.
I do not have the information that Luma would have, but
So
I
we're
imagine
gonna hand Dwarvos an IOU because I also have no idea what you were doing. So we're just gonna go. We're gonna assume you have done that, and you two can roleplay a little bit if you want.
Wait, you're handing me an IOU? What?
So Luma has a report he needs to make. Glint does
Yeah.
not know what that report is, and we have not talked about it, so I don't know what it is either. So we're handing you an IOU
Yeah,
for something.
basically a
Amazing.
report
Okay.
as
Luma
so
knows something, and now you do too. Good luck with that.
so
Oh boy. Okay.
Luma and his party from the company was sent on a mission to scout the rumors of a military force moving through these lands. Luma's the only one that came back. The rest of his party are either dead or in slave camps at the moment.
This is great. I'm writing it down as we go.
Luma would know where those camps were because he escaped them, or he escaped camps that held mages. One way or another, he would know where certain enemy positions are, but I, as a player, do not know that.
I'm glad I'm learning this exactly at this moment because I have no idea where they are.
Oh boy.
Fantastic. So, you now know.
I know where the army is. I have no idea which positions you know about.
Were mages kept separate from the rest of the war prisoners? Were war prisoners kept? I don't know.
We're on an adventure and we're gonna find out together.
Yep.
Adventure time. Come on, grab your friend. We're going to the German war camp.
Honestly,
So-
less German, more Japanese.
Dwarvos will now have a report from Luma detailing where Luma and his party were captured, how they were captured, and where they were taken, and how Luma escaped. But I, as a player, do not know that yet.
Ooh.
So presumably when we go back to the city's authorities to speak with them and rehash what we do next, Dwarvos should have information that the council doesn't have.
Okay.
Potentially.
Cool.
After that, Luma would catch up with the remainder of the mercenary company, go to the temple district to pray for the dead and for the living as well, and then wander off to look for bookstores and look through the library for anything he can copy down into his spell book. Probably go to the library and see if they sell books or just lend books and scrolls. Also, the Curiosity Shop, because he's heard stuff about that. The Oddities Shop.
Cool. So magic is not really a publicly available resource.
Hmm. That would make things difficult.
It would, because there is a formal tower at which magic is taught and kept, and it's not like it's not a magocracy where all of these people are keeping magical secrets. It's more like the general populace has no spellcasting talent whatsoever. So there is no point in just publicly selling or listing these things unless there's a strong tower presence where you are. Which in this case there is not, because there is a single representative of the Wayreth Tower here in Callan, and she's running an apothecary, not a spell shop. So you can learn all you want about the history of magic, the mechanics of it, and general theory, but there are no, like, publicly available, I have this spell scroll for you, or here is some random dude's spell book from 300 years ago. Like, that's not really going to happen, because it all sort of concentrates at the tower, just because that's where all the casters are.
So this is a dead zone for magical research.
In the sense of researching actual magic, no. In the sense that you want to find someone else's spells and copy them down, probably.
Okay. So I would actually have to set up that that reagent kit that somebody in the party has to actually start learning magic.
You already know magic. What you can do with an apothecary shop is entirely up to you, because I have literally no idea what you're even trying to do.
I'm trying to make spells.
That is not an apothecary's job.
I'm aware, but reagents are required for it. At least to learn, I would assume.
I'm not trying to publicly call you out, but this is the kind of thing you need to discuss with me outside of sessions.
Alright.
Because I don't know what you want, and I don't know what you're trying to do. Like, mechanically, I have no idea what you want to do. Narratively, it's a good idea. I have nothing prepped for you to actually do that, because you've given me no direction to go in yet.
I love sorry.
You. Please communicate with me. Please. However, there is an oddity shop.
Yes.
It looks like a ramshackle hut in the middle of the warehouse district, where there are basically just warehouses and warehouses of stuff that have come in from the docks. This is the primary storage center for the entire city, where the food is stockpiled, where trade happens. This is where people actually go. Like, this is effectively the wholesale market of the city. This is where the trading happens.
Okay.
And in the middle of all of it, there's just this tiny circular hut kind of jammed onto the side of a larger warehouse that is not part of the shop. And it just says Eulara's Oddities on the outside, with a smaller circular building sort of jammed on top of it, rather than being a proper second story. It looks like a smaller hut was just dropped on top of this one.
I was also probably going to visit that on day 3.
Okay. That is day 3, however.
Yes. Cool place.
As you walk in, there's a little, like, tinkling bell over the door, and from behind the counter on the other end of a sea of random crap, a duck pops over the counter. Quack.
Hello there, little one. Is there anyone around I should be talking to?
Quack.
I'm talking to a duck. All right.
The duck nods. You are, in fact, talking to a duck.
Are you perhaps a familiar?
Quack.
All right, then.
There's a loud, like, thudding sound from somewhere behind the counter, and someone goes, "Ow!" And with no intermediate motion, no, like, getting up, climbing out from behind the. There's just suddenly a person vertical behind the counter. There's like this bright ginger girl with a massive mushroom-looking hat, and she is suddenly holding the duck. Hi, sorry about that. How can I help you?
Hello? Are you alright?
I'm fine.
Okay. I'm looking for magical items. Pretty
Might
much
be able to help with
anything with a effect that it's not supposed to have. So a stick that hovers in the air when placed, or is too heavy for the material it's made out of, something of that sort. Just items of unusual qualities.
She and the duck just give you a completely blank stare for a couple of seconds, just blinking.
He's asking for SCP items.
He really is. My man
Basically,
walked
yes.
in and was like, I want to breach containment right this instant.
Well, what else do you call magic items for
It's a fine
for
description,
people
but
who don't have magical talent?
it's a fine description. It makes sense. It's just really funny.
Bro, you're a wizard. Why did you phrase it that way?
Because there's a lot more outside. I need to talk to you outside of sessions more.
Yeah, I would appreciate it. Anyway, there's a very I literally could not code this more. This person is a witch standing in front of you without giving her a girlfriend sprawled across her lap. Like that. This is obviously a
Right.
magical person right here.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to.
You're fine. I think it makes sense for Luma to not realize that this person is a mage if they aren't experienced, if they're used to seeing them around.
Luma is not used to mages just being everywhere. He was trained by a hedge mage, but trained and taught under the assumption that the only other mages are in the towers or associated to the towers.
I appreciate that. That is a very valid character trait. But like there is no other reaction this character can give that is just like staring straight past you because she has no idea what you're talking about. Just like, so can I help you?
I'm looking for magic items. If that is
Something might be done about that. Have a look around, see what you find. Let me know if anything catches your eye.
Alright then.
Glint gets to do the...
You get to do the thing. Roll me a d12. Well, I eat a crack.
Preferably in Roll the Bones.
Yes, not in the table.
No.
3.
Cool, roll me 2d4.
Four total.
Heck yeah. The shop is full of odd things, which is shocking given that it's an oddity shop. One would expect everything within to be completely normal. However, that is not the case. But between the piles of random broken sticks and the obviously broken immovable rod that is very extremely movable, You find a coat rack against one of the walls. This absolutely piled with random bits of fabric. There's like a bright knit sweater with the most hideous clown face you've ever seen on it. There are a bunch of random cloaks, like leather armor of some kind that would clearly never fit you, or anything else vaguely shaped like a human. And you find a single cloak about your size that is just solid black, like so black it almost can't be seen. And it's got sort of tapered edges at the end of the cape, and the hood very obviously is supposed to cover your eyes when it's fully worn. Like it hangs down without being too wide.
What can you tell me about this cloak here?
I bought it for two gold off somebody. Probably. 2 gold, 3 gold. Was it 3 gold? I don't know. I bought it from somebody. They bought something else. That was a good trade.
Hmm.
Might have been 5 gold, actually. I don't know.
Is this just some edgy piece from the party that she acquired in trade recently? That's what this sounds like.
I don't know why you would assume that.
It's not mine.
Yeah, we haven't, I don't think, given her anything. We just bought stuff.
Well, it's clearly not yours anymore. You sold it to her for 5 gold, remember? I don't know, man.
It's clearly not whoever's it used to be.
Correct. It's hers now, and she's going to sell it to you.
If you're interested in buying it, that is.
Yup.
Khajiit has wares if you have coin.
Whack.
I'm going to attempt to identify it.
Embrace the edge.
As in, you are going to cast Identify?
Yes.
As a ritual or as a spell?
I'm gonna ask her if it's alright if I try to identify this item.
You wouldn't be the first this week.
Alright, I'll cast Identify as a ritual.
She, like, pops up onto the counter, sits down on a cross-leg, and props her chin in her hands, just looking at you the whole time. I mean, it's going to take 10 minutes to cast, by which point the duck will have settled happily on your shoulder and will be completely immovable for the duration. Just ever so often, you're just like, quack, directly in your ear.
That's not distracting at all.
Absolutely not.
Also, I think the person that came in to identify stuff this week was me. That was me. I sat here for like 3 hours.
You were here for about 3 hours, yeah. Just identifying random things. Most of which were mundane.
Duck.
There's no roll for this. It's just, you know.
Yup. So it takes a little bit of extra time because there is a duck very much distracting you and a person staring almost unblinking the whole time with just this vacantly pleasant expression on her face. You eventually manage to identify that you are currently holding a cloak of the bat.
Of the bat?
Bat.
What does it do?
That's a good question.
Batman!
Batman!
Isn't it like
Even
you
better?
fly in darkness? Is that what it does?
It's Bat Gnome. Bat Gnome!
I feel like I've heard of this thing before. I think it lets you fly in dark light, right? In darkness or whatever.
So, what it does is, while wearing this cloak, you have advantage on stealth checks. And when you are in dim light or darkness, you gain a fly speed of 40 feet. However, this occupies both of your hands. If you ever fail to grip the cloak's edges while flying this way, or if you ever enter bright light, you will immediately lose your flying speed and just start plummeting.
Alright.
While you are attuned to it, and only while you are attuned to it, you may use your action to cast Polymorph on yourself. Your only option is to turn into a bat.
Does this also end when you enter bright light?
No.
Okay.
It's just the spell Polymorph. You can cast it once per day.
Alright.
And turn into
And
a bat.
only on self?
Yes.
Alright.
Bummer.
We have
You may not
vampire-
turn other people into bats.
Mom said we have vampires at home.
This is one of my... There are 3 cloaks in the game that I truly love. This is one of them, but it's not my favorite. My favorite's just entirely too broken. So I cannot give it to you for free.
Cloak
This is
of
what we got.
displacement?
Yes. The Cloak of Displacement, the Cloak of the Bat, and the Cloak of the Manta Ray are my
I love
favorites.
the manta ray.
Manta Ray's the best. It really is. I love
What
it.
does that do?
It gives you a swim speed of double your walking speed and allows you to breathe underwater.
Oh, that's sick.
It's just
It is.
cool.
I love it. It also just looks like a manta ray. So you just got like a big floppy manta ray on your back. It's great.
It's not the best item, but I love it purely for aesthetic reasons. It's just the coolest
I
looking thing.
know. It's so good. I had a warlock that wore it, and my patron was one of the deep ones. So I just like vibed in the water the whole time and had a really good time with dolphins. Like it's just such a wholesome item.
A big metal dwarven meatballs going at you with Mach Jesus at like 50 feet per second. Terrifying.
Correct.
But yeah, you have identified the cloak. What are your thoughts?
It is here. This is the cloak that I love. Just behold its majesty.
Visit site. D&D Beyond.
That's
here.
cool.
Ooh. Fancy.
Yeah. And then these are the stats for the Cloak of the Bat, but you get no picture because you do not own the book.
Naughty, naughty. No book for you.
Yes, because D&D
I did
Beyond
once-
sucks.
I did once have a really dumb homebrew item. Well, it was basically a ghillie suit that gives you plus 10. That gives you a bonus to sneak attack, but it can only be worn by a gnoll. So I could call it the Cloak of Grassy Knolls.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Is that a fucking JFK reference?
JFK assassination. Yes.
Yup.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. I came up with it as soon as I heard of a gnoll as like an enemy in D&D. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
there's a joke in there somewhere, and I'll find it. And that's what it
Yep.
was.
My personal favorite homebrew item I have seen, well, not favorite ever, but one of my favorites I found is the... What is the item description? It's a, like, down, like, bird down lined coat, right? And it keeps you warm, it makes you, like, resistant or immune to cold damage, I can't remember which. And it gives you a significant bonus of, like, +5 or +6 to hit and damage against creatures of the same race as you, and it's called the Watership Down.
Puns. They're
It's great.
glorious.
I love it.
Also, something that Swampy once sent me, the non-fungible trident.
The non-fungible
Yes,
trident. We
that
love
one's
the non-fungible
wonderful. I
trident.
love it.
That's brilliant. Sorry to distract.
No, you're fine. This is nothing but
Anyway.
distractions.
Anyway, back to Luma. Luma, you are holding this cloak that you have now identified.
Yeah.
And
I-
like, the moment the spell is over, the duck goes quack, and she goes, "So, what'd you learn?"
Wait, where's the historical Stephen? You didn't tell him about the historical Stephen.
Unfortunately, there is no historical Stephen this time.
Damn it.
There
I
is,
pet the duck
however,
on-
a historical Caroline. She was a widow. She lived in the woods. She really liked bats. She was a crazy bat lady.
I pet the duck on my shoulder. gently pick it up on either side of its wings and set it down on the ground. And look at the woman at the counter and say, I'm interested in this cloak. How much would you like to sell it for?
Asking price is 6 gold.
I find that fair. I will hand over 6 gold.
She takes it, clinks it into a tiny purse behind the counter, and just kind of nods. Congratulations, you have a piece of cloth now. May you have much joy of it.
I'm going to put it on. Is there anything else that catches my eye?
You can roll another d12.
I will do so.
You can basically do this as much as you want. It's just going to be, you have to pay for whatever you find if you want it.
Yeah. A 6.
Awesome. Roll me a d8.
Do you have different tables for everything that you could roll on the D12?
Yes.
4.
Good. I actually need to look up the specific stats of the item that you just rolled, because I don't remember what they are. That is not it. That is the wrong item. Which one am I after? I wrote down the wrong item. I know what this item was supposed to be. Swampy. Swampy, I require assistance. Swampy, are you there? He is not. Dang. Okay. We are going to cut to Twint while I figure out what item this was supposed to be.
Alright.
Because I cannot give you the item that I wrote down.
I think...
Twint!
Hi.
Hi. What you doing?
I think I want to go and... find my second family. And then go break bread.
Alright. How do you spell names? Is that how you spell
He goes
names?
to visit
No,
Bread
I-
Mom.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay, that's what I needed. Alright. So, yeah, she spends about an hour and a half fussing over you before you get anything productive done. Glance is just... she's not going to help you this time. You just have to sit there and help, or sit there and just kind of deal with it.
Take the
And then
damage.
eventually the baking of bread happens.
Yeah.
You take 1d4 mom damage. No,
Fuck it, I'll take
you do
it.
not take damage. Yes, you do not take damage from being mothered. But yeah, she doesn't really have anything new to say. Like, there's nothing really going on. But she starts explaining all of the local gossip to you like it's the end of the world sort of matter. Like, did you hear those 2 mercenaries that got married? They're moving in like right next door to the bakery because there's an open room over there, and they seem so happy together. And did you hear what the neighbor did yesterday? And it's just like on and on. Like, she never stops talking the entire time you're there.
I'm okay
It
with it.
specifically seems to be like she's talking to you. Like, she's not just babbling to the room, and she doesn't really do this to the other kids. It's just to you, because you have shown up, and you are safe, and she is happy that you're safe, and this is sort of how she bubbles over.
I'm okay with it.
You make significant amounts of bread while this happens.
Do I make money?
She will give you an allowance.
I mean, selling bread. Because I assume that's what we're doing.
They're not really selling bread. They're making bread to help feed the refugees.
Fair enough. I make bread.
Yes, she will give you an allowance of 5 silver. This is what all of her children get.
I'll take it.
Okay. Is that all you want to do?
Yeah, for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Make copious amounts of bread.
Yes. So, Glenn.
Is no one gonna respond?
Apparently not. I'm just alone in this voice call now.
With me?
I know.
I mean, I've been put on hold.
Because
I
Swamp is
just
missing.
said your name.
I'm still here. Don't worry. I'm here.
Sorry.
Literally I said Glint and you did not respond. Anyway.
I didn't hear
We're
you
back
over
to you.
the munching of Cheez-Its.
Yeah, that
I'm
checks
sorry.
out. I get it. I know where I stand in
No,
relation
no.
to the Cheez-Its. I know what our relationship is.
Where did Swampy go?
Loved but distant.
Swampy is elsewhere, apparently. Anyway, Glenn, the second
Yes.
item you find is a small jug with several different holes in it, all with different colored corks.
Oh god. I know what this is.
It is a roughly 1 gallon jug made of soft clay. It's been well glazed. It's got little, like, I can't remember what the word is. It has ceramifications on it that are, like, images of people partying and having a good time. Like, it looks like like one of the Greek jars. I can't remember what the word for that is, but it looks like that. You know what I'm talking about. One of the Hellenistic Greek arts.
Karatha?
Yeah.
Yes, those. Thank you. I appreciate
I'm
that.
gonna
Thank you.
pull a cork and sniff.
Please
Just-
roll me a d10.
Alright.
I hope he pulls the one he does.
I wish he
3.
would.
It smells like really strong malt beer.
Oh, damn it.
I'm going to reinsert that one and pull another one.
It smells like beer.
I'm going to replace the cork and try and identify this thing.
Just
Yes,
from
that's a
behind the
reach fork.
counter, you just hear it go, "Oh, we're doing this again, aren't we?"
It's the easiest way to know what the heck these things are.
Actually, the easiest way would probably to be to, like, ask her, but...
She's just like, you don't see it because you are so intensely focused on the jar in front of you. But, like, there's a shot of you in the foreground focusing on this jar, like, eyes wide, identifying it. Well, she's just, like, gesturing to herself, like, I've just chopped liver, I guess. Like, not a single one of you, with the exception of Dwarvos, have actually asked this woman a legitimate question about the things in her own shop.
I asked about the cloak, and she said flippantly that she got it from something.
You didn't ask her what it was, you just asked where she got it.
I asked about the cloak. I asked what this was, and she answered with how she got it.
She answered with, "It's a cloak. I bought it from someone. You asked no follow-up questions." You just like immediately decided she was completely useless as a source of information. All of you have done this except Dwarfos, and that's really funny.
I never met the lady.
I know.
I don't think I
And
ever bought anything.
You bought an immovable
It's a little bit
rod.
telling about character.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, is that what that is?
yeah, you had it identified.
Did
You
I?
didn't ask her. You just had like identify it. Oh no, my historical Stevens, they're going to waste. Anyway,
Yeah.
what you are currently holding is an alchemy jug. At the link provided.
Oh boy.
Yep, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Well, he's not really.
Are you intending to purchase the jug?
No, I don't think he is.
Okay.
I'm going to put it back where I found it.
You almost immediately lose it again in the mess.
After I put it back and almost immediately lose it, I'm going to look back in the same location.
I mean, it's there. Like, it hasn't been magically whisked away. But if you put it
Okay.
back exactly where you found it, it is nearly impossible to see it under the mess. Like, this is the worst kind of hoarder's antique shop.
I'm going to look at the shopkeeper and say, "Do you organize it all in here?
Yep.
What's your organization system?"
I know where it is.
Hey, that's my organization system.
I love it.
Wow. The witch who lives in a small hut in the middle of the least populated district has ADHD. I would never have guessed. That person's normal. They don't even have a little bit of autism, I
Oh
bet.
no.
Luma's just a little bit shell-shocked because there's seemingly no organization in this shop. And his brand of ADHD follows a very different organization system.
That's not ADHD, my friend. That is OCD.
Okay.
Oh my god, that tickled me so hard.
Do you happen to have any scrolls or books of magical nature?
She gestures vaguely at a wall that is like floor to ceiling, wall to wall bookshelf. I have books.
Luma is genuinely considering whether or not he is blind for not being able to just see that.
It's got that kind of vibe, yeah.
He goes over to the bookshelves and starts looking through the books. Any title that catches his eye as magical.
What languages do you speak?
Gnomish, common, primordial, abyssal, and undercommon.
I return.
Welcome back.
Didn't,
Welcome back.
didn't you say that no one speaks primordial, basically? So I think that was mentioned
Yeah.
at one point. Okay.
So primordial and abyssal don't exist. So we're gonna have to workshop that later.
What's up?
I'm gonna
I
need
have
you to
just
roll
heard-
me like a d6.
I have revealed the languages that I can read, and 2 of them don't exist in this setting.
Yeah. Communication.
Fair enough.
Like this is a matter of
Or-
the things that actually natively speak primordial and abyssal straight up do not exist in this setting. There is a large tome. And by large, I mean if you can picture the kind of Bibles that were called lap Bibles that would have a dedicated stand in the house and weighed like 20 pounds.
Yeah.
It's one of those chained shut with silver chain.
Hey, my dad has one of those.
Nice. The title is completely indecipherable. It is bound in brown leather.
I'm going to pull it off the shelf and turn towards the woman at the counter and ask, "Do you have any information on this tome?"
Quite a bit.
Doesn't explain.
What would you be willing to share on it?
What do you want to know?
Well, what language it's in for the first.
Oh, that's easy. No one knows. It's pre-cataclysm. It's a dead language. Nobody actually knows what it's called. Nobody can read it anymore.
Do you know what the title is? And why is it changed shut?
The answer is no, and because it was chained shut.
I'm going to look and see if there's a lock on this chain at all.
There is not.
It's just...
There's a point on the front cover where all of the chains converge into what looks like a lock, but there is no keyhole.
Fuck.
Is there an indent or...
Nope.
No. Oh.
Sounds magical.
What else can you tell me about this tome?
What do you know about codexes? Codices. I don't remember. So it doesn't matter. You there? Did you die?
Yeah, I just looked up the definition for codex. Because I wasn't 100%. Very old tomes? Was this pulled out of a ruin?
Probably.
So
it was written by a guy named Steven, who was really, really good at a particular kind of magic that doesn't exist anymore.
Let's go! Historical Stevens!
Historical Steven!
Oh my god.
So, he invented a kind of magic, which was sort of vaguely titled luminomancy, and involved bending light in really weird ways and doing really fun things with it. But that kind of magic doesn't exist anymore post Cataclysm. So what you're holding is the compiled knowledge of the master craftsmen of everyone who ever practiced that type of magic, and it's written in a dead language nobody can read. And also, it describes a kind of magic that no longer exists. I'd imagine, however, if that magic did suddenly spontaneously cease to be lost and did in fact come into its own and exist again, that'd probably be a pretty powerful book, provided you could read it and dedicated multiple years of your life to its study.
That is the query. I am fascinated, I'll say. Huh. How much would you ask for this codex?
Well, it's one of a kind, can never be recreated, and can, in fact, never be re-imbued with magic. So, like, 15 gold?
Well, I'm afraid I don't have that on me at the moment, but
Understandable.
I am
It's a small price to
interested.
pay for the chance to maybe one day have world alternate power.
Just a different school of magic is what interests me.
Well, it's definitely different. It's not like other magics. It doesn't exist anymore.
Yes, but if you can decipher the codex and perhaps revive the magic. Maybe. At any rate, Luma will return it to the bookshelf.
Okay.
I'm going to make a note that the shop has this codex.
Okay.
And maybe revisit this at a later date.
Perhaps.
If I might ask a question, are you going to... We all have the same lodging. Are you going to mention it, kind of, to the other people?
Yeah, maybe. Probably. When I get back to the lodging. I assume this is still day 1?
This is currently the end of day 1, yes. We are wrapping you up and
Yeah. I'll put the book back, thank the shopkeeper for her time, pet the duck on my way out the door, and go back to lodging.
The duck is completely indifferent to being pet. It just kind of quacks. It does that a lot.
As a gnome, I expect this thing is about at my hip, so it's easy to pet on the way out.
Yeah, it's a duck, not a goose, so it's not that big.
Yup. Many a tale of the goose riders of gnomish tradition.
I don't know what kind of prehistoric beasts you're talking about. Those would be swans, my friend. And you do not want to ride one of them.
No, because they're assholes.
Returning to the lodge.
Sure. So, you're not exactly expected to be a paying customer because you are lodging with the people whose lodgings are already provided. However, you're going to have to share a room with someone.
Yeah.
Aren't I sharing a room with someone already?
Are you?
I think I am.
I also don't remember.
What are the rooms looking like? Who's rooming with who? And
as far as I know, the only doubles are Laika and Uriata because they're the only 2 women in the party.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I mean,
that's pretty much it.
I'll either ask Dwarfos if there's a bed I can take, or
Hey, that
go to
one's
the
up
front
the
desk and Huh?
That one's up to y'all. I'm just here
Okay.
for that.
I think
Who wants to share a room with a gnome?
I think I'm already sharing a
Dwarf
room
House.
with Swampy's
I'm
character.
fine.
No, I'm
I
with
sleep on-
Yuriana.
Oh, never
I
mind.
sleep on ships, so we have to be snug. We have to snuggle up.
Okay.
Gotta get real cozy.
Like having my own room, that's a luxury in its own right. Come on, man. You don't even take up that much space.
Neither do I. I'm like 2 feet tall.
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't take up that much space.
But yeah, I'll share a room with the Dwarf House.
Okay.
Was I sharing a room with Drop Mike's character?
Maybe?
Thought
I know
you were
I'm sharing
sharing
a room with someone.
Ocean.
Last I checked, we're all on our own.
Fair enough. I don't particularly care as long as we know who's rooming with who.
Okay.
Alright.
All I know is the shopkeeper stuck or not the shopkeeper, the innkeeper stuck Leica and Yuriata together because they're both women. And she's old fashioned
fair.
like that.
This is
That's
fair.
about it. So yeah, the proprietor of this particular inn, because I don't think Glint was here for that last time, is quite a striking centaur who is very tall, generally very no nonsense, and if you picture a Clydesdale, just turn that into a centaur. So like big, muscular, very tall, kind of a
That is a
gentle
very
soul.
large centaur.
Yeah. Despite the overwhelming size, kind of a gentle soul. Very wary of Ajan for some reason.
Me?
Yes. I will remind you, Embry is still out of Rome.
Ooh.
Classic.
Ugh.
So yeah, that's where we're at there. Good luck.
If the inn also sells meals, I'll be there for dinner.
Your dinner and breakfast are technically provided because you're mooching off of the actual wards of Caladan.
Okay.
See,
So yeah,
here's
there's a
the
meal
deal.
at the end of the day if you would like to roleplay. Otherwise, it is day 2. Up to
I
you.
am.
I can sneak him in. Like we can put on a trench coat and I can sit on his legs, so everyone will just think I got taller.
There you go.
So, how were all of your days?
I went to a not a bookshop, an oddity shop that had an interesting book.
Oh, Milaris?
Yes,
Say,
I found a codex in a dead language.
oh. She seems particularly interested.
So
She said it was.
that's actually going to be a trigger for you because you're an archaeologist.
Correct.
So
I think I'm
Codices-
also an archaeologist, no, I'm
You're a
not.
researcher.
Yes.
I don't remember what you are, but
Haunted
Swampy is
one.
an established archaeologist. This is a trigger word for Swampy. Because in your particular profession, codices are sort of legendary. There aren't like one for each kind of magic, right? But the idea of a codex is that it was written pre-cataclysm, when magic was alive and malleable and was only defined by what you chose to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Codexes are the compiled totality of knowledge on a single subject. There is one codex you know of currently active in Ansalon, the current continent, where the tower in Wayreth has what is called the Codex Mutabilis, which is the compiled knowledge of all forms of arcane magic. It gives the person who is currently attuned to it complete godlike control over magic. which is why no one is allowed to attune to it, and it is permanently locked away in an isolation vault outside of this timeline.
That's
Is that what
Yeah,
happened to
it's just-
Steven?
This very large book. I
So it's not
I'd
a romance
say-
novel.
I
Mm,
think
no. It's
I
bound in chains, all locked to the front cover. I can't really make out the writing on it. According to the shopkeeper, it was a dead language, but it.
shouldn't
She
be a
said it
problem.
was.
You
She
seem like a
said
kind
it was the entire compendium of light magic.
I think I'm going to go visit Malara's tomorrow then. That's
Well-
really something. I
I'd be
didn't
happy to
realize
join
I
you.
would- Yes. I didn't realize I would get so much use out of it, but I have a spell that I learned, and I kind of take out my ritual book. That allows me to comprehend languages.
Hmm.
I haven't tested it on any older dead ones, but I tested it the first time I used it was on the notes at the chapel, written in that language the dragon army seems to use. You're welcome to join me, but yeah, I was planning on heading there at some point, but I suppose I'll do that tomorrow then. That's something I'm very interested in.
Out of character, I forgot that my character also has comprehend languages.
Good.
Yeah,
This is as it should be.
all things as they are needed.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yes.
So yeah.
But yeah, I assume other than that, just some chatting about the day, unless if anyone wants to do anything specific or mention anything.
I imagine I come
you
back
guys
with a bag
know-
full of bread.
Bread.
Of course you do.
Bread.
And of course I share. I share with all of y'all.
Hell yeah.
Good.
Because,
Carbo loading.
yes.
So she said
The wedding,
that
was, the wedding was fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
she
was...
said that she was offering it for 15 gold. Was her price?
That's a bit steep.
It is.
Dwarvos,
Yes.
that sword. I kind of motion to the one that you've been
Yes.
using for the last while. I know that I let you use it, and I have no problem with letting you keep it, but I was gonna say I paid for it when we were back at Melora's. I don't need all of what I paid.
Did I not-
Do you-
What'd you pay for it?
I think it was like 7. I think I paid 15 together for both of the weapons, 8 for mine, 7 for yours.
That sounds
It
right.
doesn't
Okay,
need to,
I can
it
pay you
doesn't need to
7.
be that much. All right. Yeah, if I'm gonna buy like a 15 gold
I
book,
I
but yeah, I really
I have no
appreciate
problem
it.
paying you 7. That's fine.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Especially makes it easier on you. Like, yeah.
We're about to pay
Also, it's,
50.
it's a bit of
suppose
extra
I'll
money today, so I
accompany-
have no problem with that.
I suppose I'll accompany you tomorrow, Leica.
Yes, I was hoping to. I was planning to do this on the day after, but I suppose I can move it up to tomorrow. My
We're
day
about
3
to-
activity. I'll do.
We're about to buy a god-killing weapon for 15 gold.
No,
15
you're
gold.
about to spend 15 gold on what was formerly a god-killing weapon
God
and
damn.
has the potential to maybe be one again.
If we
In
can
the
unlock it.
No, it's not if you can unlock it. Like, the magic that it describes is dead. You have to find some way to get it back if you want this to be a useful item at all.
Yeah, the calamity fucked with magic to a capacity. So some kinds of magic that worked before the calamity have ceased to function properly.
Correct.
Neat. Okay.
Again.
So yeah,
I
that's
believe-
where we're at here.
Yeah. If I recall correctly from the conversations we've had, divine magic barely works anymore because of the lack of the gods. And it's starting to emerge again like you have at Dwarvos because the gods are returning. But other than that, it disappeared. It was effectively dead.
So
Um,
how does arcane magic still work? Because
Arcane
that would
magic-
be uh,
arcane magic
arcane
is
magic would be a number of different magics meshed together.
No,
If any one of those would fall apart,
no,
would stop, it would fall apart.
okay. Well,
that's not how it works.
I was gonna say, the whole thing with the calamity is divine magic stopped working because the gods disappeared, and other forms of magic were lost because the institutions carrying them, or supporting them or making them possible just kind of ceased to exist. Like if there were ritual circles allowing magic to function in a certain way, they might have been destroyed or various other things. But anyway, um, I suppose that's a conversation we can have after the session.
Yeah.
We can be like.
So anyway,
So wait, was anyone else at the wedding? Beside, so who was at the wedding?
it was you, Luma, and Ocean.
Okay. It was like, so I got some practice in signing my name today.
Oh, that's great.
Go for you, buddy.
You did well too.
He wasn't eating that.
If you guys, this is a weird thing to ask. Can I have them roll a perception check about if they can figure out like my behavior during the wedding?
That's probably more of an insight check, but they can if you would like.
Insight, yeah. Like I'm asking you to let them insight check me.
They can.
Sure.
Whoever would like to.
Okay, guess nobody.
I am getting. Hold your horses. I am getting my. 15 total.
I guess I'll roll my deception.
If you're trying to actively hide it, it would be a deception check. Otherwise, it's just against your passive deception, whatever that be.
It'll probably something that I don't want. Okay, 5. Yeah, I was visibly like on the verge of like ugly dad crying at a wedding.
The complete stranger's wedding.
Exactly.
Luma will make no mention.
Good for Luma.
Weddings are a beautiful thing. It's so nice for people to find somebody.
Man, I wish I had that.
Uh,
Man,
Anyway,
don't
did you
you
guys-
wish you had that, Ajan?
yeah, it's abundantly clear to those who it's like something about that wedding got to Ajan. Yeah, I'm not saying anything in particular about it. In the meantime, I'm gonna try and change the subject. Anyway, do you guys know you need permission to build a boat?
Well, not to build it, but to register it.
But it's a boat.
Yes, but you need colors to fly over it.
Right. So you put the colors on.
Where do the colors come from?
You make them. That's what we did.
No. You do not make them. You have them commissioned from an authority.
If you don't want to fly under Calaman, I'm not sure if they'd let you, but you could ask Raven about flying in the colors of Vogler.
Well, I mean,
Or potentially the colors of the mercenary company.
I just want to have my own ship again. But all right, I guess I'll have to get the colors of Calaman. By the way, can I ask
No
which one of you
ship
guys,
for
when
you.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of like reading and contract and stuff. I know how to read now. Not the best. Think one of you guys would be okay with tagging along? Maybe. Just to, help. I'm going to be dealing with that in the future.
Sure. Why not?
You guys are the best. Anyway, still very clearly like trying to change the subject, and I'm just gonna like cram some bread in my mouth and run upstairs and go to bed.
Oh boy.
Hey, if we're going to be bringing Luma along, don't we need to have him also joined into the group as well? We'll have to talk to Lady Perth.
He doesn't have to, but it's the only way to get paid. Or
That
like,
would
paid as well as you are.
probably be a good idea. Who do I
This is fair.
see for that? For that matter?
That's
That'd
not a
be
tonight
Lady
thing.
Perth
That's
then.
definitely first thing tomorrow. Yes, that'd be Lady Perth.
All right. Well, either tomorrow or the day after.
Or the two, preferably.
Well, tomorrow, as far as I understand, I'm going with Leica to the oddity shop and Ajan to aid him in understanding legalese.
Okay, well, whenever there's time then.
But I imagine you said that's gonna be kind of like a background process where like already put in the thing, so now I have to like wait on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not in any immediate rush. It's when I'm called up and need to sign some stuff, or for whatever reason, I'm gonna need your help.
Alright. Sure. Tomorrow, if Ajan doesn't need me.
Don't worry, I'll let you guys know.
Dwarves? Now I'm getting the silent treatment.
Indeed. How does it feel?
Painful.
I know, right?
Quint, how was the bakery today? Damn, I guess the entire state of California died.
It really did.
Probably.
Was that a fire again?
I would not be surprised.
Not dead. Come on. Half.
But we all seem to be kind of losing steam here, so probably once we've wrapped up the 3 days, we might call the session there.
Okay.
Well, I'm still good to go. Like,
Yeah, do you want to
Yeah.
move on to the next day?
Day
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
I just think we were fumbling on to like what to do to end the day.
You
I
just
guess we'll just
say
end
that
it.
you're done, honestly.
I'm done with the day.
Okay.
Yeah. Luma will go to bed.
Bed.
Good. Bed is gone. Okay. So I have notes.
I imagine first thing in the morning, Leica's going to want to go to the oddity shop.
Possibly. But first, you are going to sleep.
Yes.
Which means I need to find notes. Right. So, what we haven't done in a while. Hey, Swampy.
Yes.
You like that whole god thing you've got going on?
Gods are pretty cool.
They're pretty chill? You like them?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. Well, that whole god thing is going to happen again. And you wake up once again in the crumbling temple, but this time not surrounded by effigies of all of the other gods. It's simply you at the end of the long walkway. And ahead of you, at the base of the dying tree, your god is just kind of sitting there, sort of kicking her heels in the water, off the edge.
Hello.
Hello. You're back, I see.
Yes.
Are you gonna bring it up in roll 20?
Wasn't gonna.
I don't
Okay.
think-
I don't think we need to.
Um, I am, and I'd like to thank you for everything that's happened so far.
Such as?
I don't know anything specific, but I am happy to be in your presence, and I've learned a great deal from you.
She kind of nods. She's staring, like, directly out over the water. Haven't
Is
heard that in a long time.
there some reason I'm here tonight?
It seemed like the thing to do.
Just gonna kind of slowly approach and sit by where she's sitting in the water.
So, you have met the Arbiters.
Yes, they were interesting.
Quite. And what did you tell them?
That I was satisfied with the experience.
Probably a wise choice, all told. Tell me, do you understand what's happening?
I think somewhat one of your siblings, likely Takaisis, or someone has broken a pact. The Arbiters are the Arbiters are interested because it was broken, and on how. Because that covenant of you all leaving was broken, you're starting to return?
Starting to. She sort of gestures to the idol sitting at, like, the outer ring, right? It's lined with statues.
Mhm.
So she gestures to the one that represents the Minotaur, who you've seen a couple of times. Like Jolith over there, returning. It's an odd process. Tell me, what do you actually know of us, the gods?
I know that you, before the cataclysm, were the ones that arbitered divine magic. You gave your blessings to the people and allowed them to use magic in some of its forms. You arbitered over things such as magic, domains, and what it is different to each of them. You, I feel, are the ocean and all it contains. Or that's the feeling that being in your presence gives me.
Interesting. Well, I suppose I can't fault your logic. And you are satisfied with how things are shaping up?
Well, I can't say I'm excited for what's to come. The waves of life seem to be rather rocky for us, and for Kalaman, and for Vogler, and for all the people we've met so far.
That tends to happen, yes.
But I like to think we've done some good when we can, and that I'm taking your lessons in stride, to ride the waves of life as they come.
Well, I suppose that is the lesson that was learned, wasn't it? The water in front of you starts to slowly swirl, and the fish are sort of, they're still moving in like their own patterns, but they're sort of starting to kind of coalesce into a spiral as she watches.
Just kind of watch with her.
My, you call him my brother, doesn't remember much from before we left. Neither, I imagine, does Takaisis, nor any of the others. And it's an odd thing for a god to lose their identity.
Have you lost such things?
I did once.
I think I might guess why. Although theorizing is most of what I've done.
By all means.
They are tied far more to people than you are. And how they're tied changes. Dwarvo said that his tribes made sacrifices to the god of crafts and to the gods of wars. That it was intimately tied to their culture. Those things change with time. How they revere different gods and all of that. But you're so much more than that. You are a force, a thing. One that's ever present and ever changing. Even when you weren't here, the attitudes didn't change towards the ocean. Still something to be feared and to be respected, and something that lives on its own, growing and shifting endlessly. I'm gonna say, people might not have given as many prayers to you for salvation, for protection, but they would still feel the same way.
You are remarkably perceptive for a mortal.
She just kind of bows her head.
Bear with me, if you will, for a tale. I did not lose myself in the calamity as others did. You might have guessed. And that is not my own fault or my own choice. I was once a young goddess. I was the youngest of them, in fact, which I suppose means I still am. My people were small, and they were isolated. What you must understand, first and foremost, is that a god's duty is to their own people and to no others. And while I am not as reliant necessarily on followers as my brethren are, I had them once, and I was defined by them. My people were a brave people. Bold, decisive. I remember them fondly. I think you would have liked them.
I'm sure I would have.
When I was young, when I was foolish and I didn't know anything of the nature of divinity or what it entailed for me, I allowed myself to become complacent with my own people. Not that I didn't defend them, not that I didn't act in their best interest when I could, but that I forgot how easily such things are lost. My people did not fear the storms, as these mortals do. They did not cower when the rains came. They did not shy away from the maelstrom. My people reached out and claimed it. My people were people of the storm. This, she just kind of gestures to the temple, unnecessary. This is a relic of what my dear siblings might once have called civilization. This isn't mine. This isn't where I was born. I was born in the storm, where they lived, where they conquered, where they died. And I think you understand that better than most. Don't you? It's not about being content with where life takes you, nor is it about simply being present in the moment. There is a certain strength which must be claimed. You must take for yourself what you desire.
I would say that it's
Good.
important to ride the waves of fortune
And
towards your goals.
you have proven that you can ride them. I now ask that you prove you can claim them. You face many trials, and I will send a watcher. Be ever wary, and be vigilant. And when it arrives, child, do not hesitate to claim the maelstrom. Either it will consume you, or you will master it. I can brook nothing else from a child of mine. You may prove yourself, or you may drown. Do you understand?
She just kind of nods. I am
Then
honored.
we understand each other.
I'm honored to have your attention and any opportunities these waves might bring.
Brave of you. We'll see how long that lasts. You may go
She,
now.
she just kind of gives a faint smile, and her final words are, storms are the nature of things. The waves and storms won't stop if I ask them to. They're coming.
They are. As you are sitting there just now, the spinning kind of coalesces into a whirlpool that's it echoes with what strength it is missing, as though it is not quite what it should be. It wants to be a roiling, angry mass, a powerful jet of water that consumes whatever it touches, but it just doesn't have the strength, and it can't muster itself to that level as you fall out of the dream and awaken the next morning. Welcome to day 2.
Damn, that's crazy.
Wild, huh?
Crazy.
Anyone
It
else
is day
gonna
2.
have similar dreams?
Not tonight.
Mom said it's my turn with the dream-induced hallucinations.
Dang, man. I don't even
Everybody
get
gets
those.
Everybody gets a turn to talk with the god.
Except
Yeah,
your
something like
question what Luma is going to interact with.
that. Oh, man.
We'll cross that bridge
Not a
when we
clue.
get there.
Yeah, pretty
Yep.
much. That is a problem to be solved when the problem may be solved.
Yes.
Possibly the god of family or homes.
There's a set pantheon.
Second chances too.
Bro, you're asking a lot, not gonna lie.
Probably
There's
too
a-
much.
There's a set pantheon. I'm sure we can find one that fits with you.
There's a set pantheon, and most of them are dead.
Okay.
Hey,
Hey,
Let's go.
dead
So
until proven
anyway.
otherwise.
correct. So
Oh,
anyway,
welcome.
how's everyone else's day going?
It's going.
Y'all having a good time?
So far.
Time to do some
Good.
stuff.
Yup. Stuff.
It's
will
day
be
2.
done.
Time to get busy.
Mm.
Yes. We're gonna start with Ocean again. Day 2.
Awesome.
You are the commanding officer of the military force of.
I'm a lot of things. I know.
Yes.
I know.
Yes. Many
Alright, well.
things you are, child.
I actually walk up to the barkeep to start off with.
Uh-huh.
Anyone around thinking about getting married? No, it's probably not at this very moment.
Right.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No one's let me know yet, but if they do, I will get on that.
Okay.
How's your day going?
Yeah. Not too bad. First time in a while we've been able to take just a day off.
Fair enough. It's been one of those weeks.
Unfortunately, it has. I'm not too thrilled about the future, but I'll enjoy for now. Better that way.
You gonna buy something or?
Okay. Yeah, I'll have some breakfast here. Why not?
Fair enough.
It's cozy.
Serving up. It's a good hearty country breakfast.
Perfect. Good for the soul.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now then, what I forgot to do yesterday after breakfast, I'm going to go talk to. Oh God, I don't have Roll20 up. What's the name of the person who's in charge of the alchemy shop? Black Tower lady. That's what? Say it again.
Rix.
Rex. I'm going to go talk to Rex.
Okay. She's available to be talked at.
Perfect. Talk to. Oh my God.
Yup. That's what she's here
So,
for.
obviously I walk in. How's it going, Rex? Or how's it going, Rex?
It's going and going. And she just has a massive Labrador just sprawled across her lap. Like she cannot go anywhere from her current sitting position behind the counter. How's it going?
Cute. Not too bad. Got a couple questions for you.
Shoot.
Do you remember a while back I talked to you about petrification?
I recall vividly, yes.
I have that sample for you.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's kind of a big lizard-like creature who's like twice my height at least. But when it dies, it kind of just falls into ash. Anything gets caught in that ash, petrified. It's not a good time.
Doesn't sound like it.
No. I
Sounds
handed
kind of
over.
unpleasant, actually.
Yeah. I don't know if you meant Twint. He's a little guy.
The
Little halfling.
child who wandered into my shop several days ago?
This is possible, yes.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, he's the one who ended up getting petrified that one time. But, yeah.
Oh, good. Well, pass it over. I'll She gestures to the dog. I will do what I can when I can.
Do what you have to do. I mean, if you have a ball, that's probably
Never.
not a good idea. Not in this shop, at least.
I want you to remember my words very carefully. If you ever get a dog, do not raise it as a lap dog. It is a mistake.
Oh no. You did that when it was a puppy, I'm assuming?
I had nothing better to do. I've made mistakes. This dog, by the way, is, if he were standing on all fours, would probably be about the middle of her stomach, like shoulder height. He's a big dog.
Jesus. Okay.
Puppy.
Yes.
That's...
He's also
I
currently...
don't know about you, that looks like a small horse, if you ask me.
It certainly looks like it. So yeah,
Alright.
that is what she's currently dealing with.
Oh boy.
Mm.
Alright, so, I am going to go quickly check in with the other tavern keepers that I mentioned that to, as I've stated
Mhm.
in the
There are no
message.
marriages currently going, but
Perfect. But what?
I mean, that's kind of the end of the sentence, honestly. Like, there
Okay, sorry.
are currently no weddings going. It's just sort of a slow day, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Marriage might be a difficult
All right.
thing to do at the current moment, given current events.
All I'm saying
Whoa.
is some soldiers like to get married right before they go off to war. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying.
that's how we got baby boomers.
Yes.
You're
And the
not
world is
wrong.
worse for it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
no kidding. We're not going to talk about. Anyways,
Anyway.
I am gonna go. I'm actually gonna go check on Cudgel. See if Cudgel's awake.
She's not. Scratcher is very patiently waiting by her bed. He looks up, just like, this is a man who is kind of purposeless without direct orders to follow. So as soon as you walk in, he's just like looking at you, the puppy dog eyes, holding a notebook, waiting to write down whatever you say. He is a man currently devoid of purpose.
Yeah. I had a feeling she wouldn't be awake yet.
Nope, not yet.
Back in Vogler, did you guys ever see where Becklin went?
Can't say we did, sorry. Just lost
Okay.
track of her.
All good. It happens in the fog of war. It happens.
It does, unfortunately. She'll be
And you
remembered.
know what? We move on. Oh, absolutely. Now, in that case, I'm going to go meander off then.
Okay.
I'll be back. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm going to go meander off to the oddity shop.
That's probably
Fair
where me
enough.
and other person are heading.
To the shop de oddity.
Yes. To be fair, like, whatchamacallit?
Uh-huh.
I'm probably going at a different time you guys are because I had other errands to run.
Fair enough.
Either way, honestly.
Yeah. So I think I'm just gonna like walk in. Actually, real quick, back up a little bit. Have we checked in with Lady Perth and told her basically all the details? Has it
Yeah,
been done already?
You had a debrief when you first got here. So
Okay. Okay, good.
that am done.
Good. I'm just double checking. Just double checking.
Mhm.
So yeah, oddity shop. Once I walk in, gonna mention like, hey, do you mind if I just kind of take a peek around, see if I find anything interesting? Anything that catches my eye?
Roll me a
If they're
d12.
around. Are you sorry? Are you getting tired of this pancake?
Little bit. I'm running out of things on the magic item table that are at all interesting.
You can tell me I don't find anything.
I will if you roll within the range of numbers that have already been rolled, you will just find nothing.
Okay. I'm gonna level up with a 9.
Unfortunately, you find nothing.
Amazing. I'm gonna meander out.
Cool. Like I know magic items and players mix very well, but at the same time, like you've already gotten your items. Please, please, I'm
Fair enough.
begging you.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
Actually, my armor's probably not a great shape right now, isn't it?
perhaps not.
I'm gonna go visit the blacksmith shop. Let's do something interesting and different.
Oh boy, what are
It's
you
really not
going to the
that different.
blacksmith for?
I'm gonna ask just simply for space that I can just hammer out my own gear. They may ask me to like pay for that space. I have no problem with that.
No, they've got plenty of space. It's honestly a pretty slow day for them. Which one
Okay.
are you going to though?
There's the one with all the kids, and
Yes.
then there's the other one. That's the one with the
Correct.
mom, more rhythm. They're doing more detailed work, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
They also deal with like a lot of metal stuff, right? Actually, they do more armor.
They're
The kids do more weapons.
the advanced class are the armors. The kids are the weapons. Yes.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna go to the other one, the armors,
Okay.
the advanced kiddos, because they have a lot of kids. A lot of
They
kids.
do. Many childs.
Many
Yes.
childs were had on that day.
All right.
Yep.
They've got space for you. Technically, it's for rent, but it's a really slow day, so there's nothing lost by just letting you do that.
And like, I'm going to keep to myself. I have my own tools. I know what I'm doing. Like, I can pay them back. Like, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
chill. What you gonna do?
Fair enough. Just repair my armor, honestly.
Valid.
Bang it out to shape. Because that last run kind of fucked everyone up. Pardon my language.
Little bit.
A little bit, yeah. I don't like getting tossed around. Deal with the rust. Re-put in some of the shapes that's in my armor, some of the engravings. Repunch them, or not repunch them, but like, you know what I mean, reshape and such.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm gonna do. Then we're gonna, once that's done, head back to Cudgel's group and just kind of hang out.
All right.
And that
Fair
would
enough.
be my day 2.
Like and Luma.
Real easy and simple.
Yes. Ow. I like it. Leica and Luma.
Hello.
Hello.
So we are heading to the oddity shop.
Sure.
Indeed.
Yeah. So We arrive. Is there an ever so witchy lady behind the counter?
There is.
You are probably seeing far too much of this party, aren't you?
I don't know. I like your money.
Oh, fair.
Good.
Spends
I pet
like
the
any
duck.
other.
Luma was here to show me the codex.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm going to kind of have Luma show it to me and take it down off the shelf.
If it's still in the same spot.
It is. It has not moved.
Okay. Yeah, I pull it off the shelf and hand it to Leica.
Yeah, I'm going to. Just gonna say, I'm going to, in view of her, because I know she likes to watch. I'm going to try and cast Identify not on the book but on the chain surrounding it.
Okay.
So sit there, take 10 minutes, do that.
I am going to have the duck on my lap and pet it the entire time. Because I know how distracting it can be to have the duck on your shoulder.
The duck refuses to stay still in your lap. He is not a lap duck.
You doing the ducky
Okay.
dance.
I will try and passively try to prevent the duck from going to Luma and distract.
You're
Or Leica, not Luma.
I see.
Hang on.
Alright. You are currently holding the Codex Luminos. Written by a man named Stephen, some 700 years ago.
Man, Stephen had his finger in a lot of pies.
No, it's a different Stephen.
There's just, history contains a great many Stevens.
It does. Like 6 of them, at least. Give me 1 sec.
To be specific, 6 and counting.
Woof.
Alright, is there any information on the about the chain? Binding the book?
Hey, what? Yeah, bleh. 1 sec, my mother has just delivered food.
That's fine, take it down.
Mm.
Tomato, chicken gumbo, chicken noodle, vegetable beef.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Jared.
Hello,
I love
Pancake
you.
Mom.
Who else is on?
Swampy, sound off.
Hello, hi, Pancake's Mom.
How
Hope
are
you're doing
you?
well.
I am.
Mike, sound off, no swearing.
Hi.
Hi. Can I hear me?
Yes.
Your food sounds amazing.
Oh. If you come over, you can have some.
I might
Hey,
take
hey,
you up
if
on
you
that
wanna
offer
drive.
someday.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm very far away, but I still will try and take you up on that.
I've made that drive
Okay.
before. It's fine.
Hey, Dan.
Also, Ocean and Hef are also here if they would like to sound off.
Woof.
What?
Hello.
Hi, everybody. Whoa.
D&D party, this is my mother.
The surprise gift. Those are fun.
Hello, Pancake's mother.
Chicken gumbo.
Hello. Okay. Guys,
Bye, love you.
I love you.
I am sorry.
I just work here.
I should have muted.
Well, we're here now. So, that was my mom.
Yes.
She's wonderful.
She is a lovely, wonderful person.
She
does
just
not
dropped
vibe
off
with
the
the
ever so
swearing.
nice food.
Yes.
This is fair.
So, yeah.
I'm trying to curse less anyway. Not
This is a
professional.
good habit. I am too.
We corrupted him while he was in New York.
You
We
did.
did a good
You really
job.
did.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I said
New
one
York, New
singular
Jersey.
heck in New York, and it was all downhill from there, honestly.
Oh, flippin' flap.
The problem is I have adopted my uncle's characteristics, which is a problem because I did not spend much time around that uncle as a kid, and I have just like randomly under my breath just started saying foxtrot to like everything that goes wrong. I don't know where that came from. That just kind of happened. So we're here now.
Okay.
Anyway,
Back to the game.
the chains are in fact part of the book. They're just there. They're made
Fair.
of silver,
Fair enough.
remarkably untarnished silver.
So they don't seem to have any magical properties or anything. They are just someone wrapped this book up at some
They
point in
have-
its history.
No, they have the same magical properties as the book itself. They're part of the book.
Oh, so these are just a physical part of it. Okay.
Yes.
So it's. I'm going to be asking this to Leica, but I expect Pancake
Bro,
to answer.
I don't know. What do you think I am? The god of this world? I don't know.
Yes, very much so.
Nah.
But anyway,
No,
I
you're
put a
just
bunch of funky little dudes on the map. They do whatever they want.
does your identify tell you how we're supposed to open the book?
No, it just tells me information about it. It's made by another Steven. It seems to be a popular name in the
lovely.
history books.
Speaking of information about it, what you are currently holding is, in no uncertain terms, the Tome of Mastery of Luminomancy.
Which
Like,
is like illusion and advanced manipulation of light.
that's not illusion, it's just the manipulation of light through magic.
Does
So
that
it
include,
has illusory applications, but it's just light.
my question to you out of character, because I don't know, does that include hard light applications?
Yes.
Okay, that's a very attractive book. I'm buying this book. I just kind of
I would like to preface before you spend 15 gold. It does not work, and it will be a long time before it does work.
oh yeah, I don't
Possibly.
care. I don't care that it doesn't work.
Okay.
I was gonna say I'm trying to learn more about magic and ancient forms of magic and how people used to interpret it. So in my quest to learn Source, this is an amazing resource, even if it isn't a book about Source.
That
Fair.
is very fair.
It is a book containing the old methodology people used to explore and explain magic, which is
Correct.
very helpful.
And if we can ever get it open, Luma will ask to be allowed to study it as well. Maybe not
So-
attune to it, but study it.
Okay. So there are rules regarding codices, which I will tell you now because I would just want to get this out of the way. The way that codices work is when they are functional, which there are a couple of functional ones still left in Ansalon that weren't touched by the Cataclysm. When they work, only one person can be attuned and read them at a time. That person has to spend at least a week out of every month in pure dedicated study. So, like, you have to have somewhere to live, you have to be entirely dedicated to this thing's study for a week, for like several months straight, before you are considered attuned to the book. And then once you are attuned to it, people have to literally kill you before anyone else can attune. You cannot remove it from yourself.
Oh. Mm.
Is it This is my separate question. Are we capable of reading the book without starting the attunement process?
No.
Okay.
So first of all, the magic has to be active so that the codex is active, and then you can start the process of attuning it.
Okay.
This is to be clear. If you decide to devote yourself to using this item, I cannot guarantee it will ever pay off because you cannot actually unlock its full potential until past level 10.
Okay. Well, even if my general first question is character knowledge. Do I, as a character, know that if I buy this book, there is no chance I will be able to read it?
You understand that it's written in a language you cannot translate because it is so fundamentally different from anything you have known that comprehend languages just won't work. The ways in which the ideas in this book are communicated are so alien to you, they are fundamentally incompatible unless you are attuned to it. That is something you would understand.
And I imagine with the language and how it works in world now and some of the old words that they used in Magic does not directly translate to whatever they speak or whatever we as characters speak.
Yeah, no, I get that. All right. I'm going to take the codex over to the thing, to like the counter. First, I have some questions. I was going to ask. I'm going to ask these to two people, but I'm going to ask to this one first because I'm here already. I was interested in buying it. Even if I can't get access to it, since it's one of the codexes, it's just such a fascinating historical relic.
Sure.
The second thing I wanted to know is you're a mage of some kind, right?
I am.
Luma's ears perk up at this, but he's looking on the shelves to see if he finds anything else interesting.
You're not, because I'm not narrating more magic items this session.
Okay.
Maybe
I
next
love
time.
you, but no.
I am interested in learning more about magic and the ways it's practiced, and as a mage yourself, I'm sure you know quite a bit about it. Do you happen to have access to any spells that don't require focused intent casting?
You're asking about rituals?
Yeah. I
I'm
don't know if
not
the
a
word.
ritual caster.
I see. So you don't know any spells like that?
No, unfortunately not. Well, I know a few, but I can't teach them to you as rituals because I'm not a ritual caster. I don't know how that works. It's piss and witchcraft as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how to.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of mage are you?
I'm mage.
Very descriptive.
Thanks.
I know.
No, I'm saying that out of character. Alright. Well then, I'd like to thank you for all the time. And I'm going to kind of pull out the 7 gold Dwarvos gave me and the 8 I made from this, and I am going to buy the tome.
Alright. You are now in
Bye.
possession of the tome.
You open
it
it up
is-
and it's just really bad smut.
Codex. So it's called it's the Codex of
Luminos, I believe. The Codex Luminos.
Yes.
Codex of Luminos. That would put me at
Not the Codex of Luminos, it's the Codex Luminos.
It is not of light, it is the Codex Light.
Alright, I have subtracted 15 gold from my no, I have subtracted 15 gold and I have added 7 because of what Dwarvos paid me back.
Good.
Yes, okay. And yeah, the other stop was Rick's. Or my next stop was Rick's, but I know we are on should I just ask? Do you have any interest in visiting Rick's, Luma?
Rix is the partner, one of the partners for Cudgel, right?
Former.
Former.
Rix has not been a mercenary in several years.
Sure, why not?
And then we're gonna head over to the apothecary. To Rick's.
Woo! She's managed to extricate herself from the dog
Hello.
and is now stocking the shop. Hello. You're still alive. Good. Glad to hear it.
Yes, we've been on a number of tasks for the city of Kalaman, but I figured I should stop by since I was back.
appreciate it.
In relation to two things. First, I just purchased this. I figured if anyone would want to know about it, it would be you. I'm gonna pull out the codex to show.
Regarding it for a couple of seconds, it takes a little bit of time for it to sink in what it is. And you see her eyes light up until she also notices that it is currently inactive, and she goes, "Oh. Fair enough. That's an interesting acquisition."
I know it's not active, and the chances I'll be able to get much from it are low.
What
But
are
it's
you
just-
planning on doing with it?
I didn't really have any plans, but I figured it was an opportunity. Picking it up was an opportunity presented to me. I really didn't feel like I could pass it up.
Impulsive. Fair enough.
Even if it doesn't become active, it's such an interesting piece of history.
I can see where you would get that impression.
It was more. I'm more showing it to her because she at least from the background was very interested in this kind of stuff.
Right. However, the stuff that she was interested in was the still active stuff. So to her, it's sort of just a relic of the past. Like, she does not see it as having any potential to be reclaimed or usable.
Well, I'm the archaeologist, so I think it's cool.
She's also an archaeologist. She's just of the opinion that such things are of the past and have no future.
Fair enough. Well, she's
Fair
lame
enough.
anyway. The other was I'm interested in advancing my study of magic further.
Good.
I've managed to make great use of the two spells I've gotten so far through this book, and I was wondering if you were in possession of any more ritual spells that you might be willing to teach me.
That I could teach you? Yes. That you could use? Probably not.
Oh,
Luma, who's been in the background for most of this, would come in at this point and say, "You are a magic teacher?"
She kind of blinks uncomprehendingly at you. I'm sorry, who's this?
My apologies. My name is. Give me a moment. I don't have the page up.
Luma. Oh, I guess your full name.
Dumluck, Grim, Disset, Lubarak. Most call me Luma, though.
God bless you.
I am a mage. Well, most would call those who study arts not under the tower hedge mages.
Yeah, I can tell.
I am a hedge mage. I wish to learn more.
This much was obvious. You smell of sulfur and grease. At this point, the dog kind of lopes out from behind the counter, and it is significantly taller than you.
I pet the dog. I pet the shit out of that dog.
He's a good dog, and he loves you.
I too pet dog, but I imagine I'm going to be floored by this thing.
Right. So you've stumbled across a character trait of the dog that I did not think would ever be relevant, but when I made this dog, there's a note in his stats that he is extremely wary of halflings and gnomes.
Damn it.
Because he has a history of stepping on them. So he's not scared of you, and you don't like raise his hackles or anything, but he's very, very careful around you. Like he expects you to shatter at any second.
I'm just going to pet. He will get pets.
Good. Alright, I am struggling to find the list of ritual spells. Give me a minute.
That's
All
fine.
right.
I'm gonna do
Mother
the
is
introduction
standing
before
in the
you.
doorway. I will be right back.
I was like, I assumed Rix would introduce herself, but I'll kind of do the whole like, Rix, this is Luma, Luma, this is Rix. Yeah.
Fair enough. I see you've collected another Pennylegs.
Yeah, he's a current member of the Ironclad Mercenaries or the Green Shield Mercenaries. I forget the name.
Ironclad.
Ironclad Mercenaries. I'm gonna say I believe he joined after you would have left. We found him when we were out doing missions for Vogler.
Oh.
Fair enough. I mean, I can't fault you the collection. So, you need anything, or?
Again, hoping to. I was just interested if there was anything more you could teach me about using this, and I kind of pull out my ritual book. Any other spells or techniques?
And if you are a magic teacher, I would like to learn, if at all possible.
Again, there are spells I know. I don't think you would have the ability to cast them. You can see the formulas if you'd like, but it'll be a while before they're at all useful to you.
So higher level spells, essentially.
Yes, higher level than you can currently cast.
Okay.
Either of you.
Wouldn't mind, even if I can't make use of them now. If they might be useful in the future. I don't know when I'll have so much free time to sit and copy them.
Fair enough.
What was I going to do with Ocean
Bro,
this
I don't
day?
know.
Ocean.
Yes.
What was I going to do with you?
We were at some point going to meet up to go talk to Lady about getting you involved. That's what.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Lady Perth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not narrating a third sequence of someone getting sworn in, so we could just say that happens.
Alright.
Correct.
Micah
I
is
don't like-
intimidating. She has magic swords and doesn't like anybody.
Okay.
She's
Lady
slightly warmed up to some of us. But
Lady Perth don't got working legs, I don't think.
Lady Perth is missing a leg, which is typically replaced by an ivory prosthetic.
That's what it was. I knew there was a leg thing involved.
isn't hers metal
Yes.
though? Yeah.
What? Can't hear you, Peach.
Ocean, you're very far away from your mic. And it's breaking up.
What's wrong? Is it?
You're far away from your mic and your mic is breaking up. We didn't hear what you said previously.
1 second.
Okay.
Good old mic issues.
Correct.
At least one of us
You
dropped
really need to get this sorted, my guy. Like, get out of New Jersey so we can stop having this happen. Like,
Is it a Jersey thing? I'm in Jersey.
well, it's a mic issue, so clearly it's a Jersey thing.
This is a pun, Mike.
Yes, I got it. I got it now. I got it.
Okay. This is the singular ritual spell which she knows. It is a 4th level transmutation ritual.
What spell?
Vault of Amber.
That is a spell.
It is.
Is
So
a
this
critical
is the point
spell?
where I ask you,
Mm-hmm.
about the cost of copying spells, and if it's changed. Because if it has not, I do not have the. So the way copying spells work is it takes several hours, as well as, a lot of money worth of materials for copying it down, and it's like a lot of cost for materials. What is it?
This is a roughly low gold setting,
Yeah.
so the cost of copying spells per level is half,
Uh.
but that's as much as it's changed.
Okay. So I
Wait,
do not have enough money for that. So for the level of each spell, the process takes 2 hours and 50 gold pieces.
Yeah, so it's 2 hours and 25 gold pieces.
No, per level. So this is a 4th level spell. That would be 8 hours and
That's what I'm
100
saying.
gold.
Per level, it is 2 hours and 25 gold pieces.
I do not have anywhere near that amount of gold.
Well,
Me neither.
are you guys all poor?
sucks to be a wizard, I guess.
The low
Yes,
gold.
it does.
Wizards are always poor.
That's great, because clerics are not.
Wizards are
Yeah,
not
because
always
you don't
poor.
have
You're
to
just
use
bad
your gold
wizards.
to copy stuff.
With monks, we just don't need that much money.
Apparently
Correct.
not.
Bro, wizards are not always poor. You're just a bad wizard.
You also haven't been, going out and making money.
Correct. Unlike Ocean, who's making a killing on the wedding industry.
The wedding industry is good.
I'm sitting on 30 gold, okay?
Yeah, you are not doing too badly.
Wait. So, real quick question. You just said this is a low gold setting, so spells and such cost half. Is that correct?
Yes. Half gold per level to copy down.
Oh, per level. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking, wait, does that mean ceremony should have cost not 25?
No.
Oh, no,
Copy down.
That's
Got
the
it.
cost for a wizard to copy it down. So,
Okay.
material components are still at their base prices because I tried to alter the prices of various alchemical reagents, and it just completely broke the math of D&D.
Oh god.
So it's not something I want to touch.
Fair
I
enough.
just kind of look at the spell and I look at how long it is and the very many pages it would fill in my spell book. It's
It would
just-
fill 2 pages of your spellbook. Like 2 full pages.
I unfortunately don't think I could afford the inks to copy that down.
It'll be here when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah,
Uh,
it'll be there when you're ready. I'm sure our next job will pay well, I hope.
It'll pay well. I can't guarantee that you'll get a whole lot of money out of it.
Hey, man, all I'm saying is, by the time I get back from our next session, our next adventure, there might be a bunch of people like, "Hey, I need someone who can officiate the wedding,"
There might be.
Then I can
You're
go-
spreading the word. You're getting out there.
Then I can basically come back and make another 10 to 20 gold. Like that's pretty fucking good.
You would need, if you were a wizard, in order to copy down this spell that she's offering, you would need 20 weddings.
It is also an abjuration spell, so if you're an abjuration wizard, or transmutation rather, if you're a transmutation wizard, it only costs 10 gold per level.
It would.
You are
But
not a
I am
transmutation
not
wizard.
a transmutation, or I'm not a wizard. So that does not
Correct.
apply to me.
You are no kind of wizard. Good luck.
We'll just have to wait for the.
I'm going to turn my attention to Luma. You wouldn't happen to know any potentially easier to copy down and understand ritual spells, would you?
Rituals? I believe I told you all the rituals I know.
What rituals do you know?
In Swampy, we went over the rituals, spells I know in the first session.
What are they?
Comprehend languages, identify, I'm pretty sure that's it.
It's the same ones you do.
Do have
Yeah.
I have one thought. I have to really quick check something real quick.
Okay.
Evocation and ritual are not the same thing, correct?
Correct.
I could bootleg this, and I'm gonna ask you, Pancake, if this would work.
Okay.
So, it would basically fuck up the process of learning this spell. But what I could do for cheaper is I could have her copy the spell down. So if you as a wizard want to make a copy of your spellbook or a spell in your spellbook, it costs 1 hour and 10 gold pieces per level of the spell copied.
Uh-huh.
But it's in your own annotation. So I would basically have to learn to decipher her version of the spell, but I could have her copy it down. Would you how do you feel about this this information?
Could you convince her?
That's also required because it would take her time to do so.
Okay. I like the initiative, but she is a black robe sorcerer, so it's unlikely she would go along with that plan.
Well, I'm not. May I? Okay. Well, what I was asking was more as a DM. Is that something you would be okay with? Like, I'm fine if I have to, if it's something that she's not willing to do. But like, as a concept, are you on board with that? You can say no.
I think it would be a situational thing, because I think there are times in which that might be a reasonable request to make. But at the same time, you still have to pay for the material components of that. So I don't know how I feel about having it when it's already been halved.
All right.
So that will be a very situational thing.
Well, I'm going to use my words to ask her if that's all right, and then she can say no.
She will say no, but her reason for saying no is because you were a black robe initiate, and the black robes are supposed to be self-reliant. Like, that's the whole point of being a black robe.
I understand. I understand. I really appreciate that you're willing to let me copy it down when I do have the materials and the knowledge to do so, though.
And I appreciate that you're showing initiative in your own development. It's a trait many people lack.
And alright. That's most of what I wanted to do today. Other than I'll offer to help her out. Offer to help Rix out for the rest of the day.
Fair enough. She'll let you hang around to help stock the shop. A couple of customers come in. It's a very, very slow day because all of the businesses are kind of slowing down, both this time of year and because of the whole war thing going on.
Oh wait, there was one other thing, but I'll let Luma do his stuff first.
Okay.
I will thank her for allowing me in on the conversation before they go to stocking shelves, and I will excuse myself.
Okay.
Pet the dog one more time and leave, and then I will go to Dwarvos and deal with the officiation stuff. And
okay.
Yes, I have multiple rituals.
And ask not the marriage, the getting sworn in.
Yes.
I will ask if there is a individual who might have work for me, maybe lower rung, somebody who could use the work of a mage.
What kind of mage are you advertising yourself as? Like, what do you do?
Mostly battle mage. I will say that I can comprehend languages, and I do have the ability to identify, but I expect those two individuals with those abilities to already serve this court. Otherwise, I am mostly a combat mage.
So you've got it backwards. There is almost no call whatsoever for someone to fight at the moment. This is, however, the most multicultural city that currently exists in Ansalon, so people who can comprehend languages are always in demand.
I would have said it as offhand, but if she has any reason for someone
this isn't
to...
Lady Perth's doing. Like, if you wanna go hire yourself out, you're going to like a different counselor or to the general court, or she is spy master to Calaman.
All right.
That is her job.
All right. Who would I even talk to for that? I'm not familiar with Kellerman.
Honestly, if you just want to start advertising yourself, we can say that one of the counselors picks you up.
All right.
Probably either Orlis or Black. Black would make the most sense. So,
okay.
Black is the counselor in charge of trade, and he is specifically the counselor who owns the docks of Calaman. So, he's in charge of all of the port trade, all of the income, all of the outgoing. He doesn't actually handle the money, but he's responsible for the mechanics of trade. You would effectively be shadowing one of his clerks and facilitating trade between Calaman and probably somewhere south, like Polonest or Carolus, where they speak a completely different form of Common, and the only really interchangeable languages are things like Elven and Dwarvish, which not everyone speaks.
All right.
So having a clerk who can do that would be very helpful for a couple of hours, and they'd be willing to pay you.
I understand the literal meaning of spoken language that I hear, and I need to touch the surface of a written language.
They're just looking for an interpreter.
Okay. Easily done.
Cool. You're going to spend probably like 8 hours, like a proper workday doing that, and you're going to make like 8 gold, probably. It's a pretty good job, but it also takes up most of your day.
Yeah. I can understand that.
There are, in fact, dozens of other wizards doing the exact same thing you're doing right now, all of varying degrees of skill. Like, fully fledged red robes, wandering around, doing translations for people, kind of thing.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Be me flagging them down. You got any spells? Can you spare us?
Guys, can you teach me literally any magic, please?
I am...
It's not coming out of my nose.
They probably get asked. I'm not gonna lie.
I am going to do that for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Can I just add 8 gold to my...
Yeah, that burns the rest of your day. You make money. That's how that works.
Okay.
We have Twint and Mike to go.
What I do?
And at the end of the day, I'll just head back to the tavern.
Okay. Hey, Twint, you're up.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I think I want to go to the Thieves Guild.
Okay, what would you like to do there?
Talk to the headmaster, dude. Looks like we have someone else leveling up, too.
Gotta be kidding me. I hate everything.
Why?
That's what did it for you? The Owen Wilson?
Pain.
Yeah.
Such pain.
Wow, you leveled up. That's great.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, I'm legally obligated to take a screenshot of this. Give me one sec.
Wait, of what?
The level up.
Mm.
Oh.
But I have to out myself real quick. 1 second.
Oh dear.
There you go. Okay.
Oh boy.
All right. Moving on. Just moving on.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, I want to go bug a spy master. Or no, not Lady Perth, but the one I met the other day.
Got it. What in particular are you after?
I want to ask him about quests and other ways to make money.
So the actual guildmaster is currently out on business. His replacement is a small squirrely man who appears to be of some very distant elven descent, who informs you in very clipped, sort of unfinished sentences, like he doesn't quite speak common very well, that there is work available, it is all commission, and it effectively boils down to burglary. There are no outstanding, like, large contracts at the moment. It's just go steal this thing from that dude.
Oh boy. Why does it always have to be burglary?
Because
You work in the Thieves Guild.
I don't do burglary. Bah, 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 bah. I don't
Yeah, but you
steal
also
from
haven't been-
buildings.
You also haven't been picking people's pockets to bring it back and sell. That's the only work they commission is burglary.
I
Unless
do
there's a
pickpocket.
larger outstanding contract.
Yeah.
But you haven't been picking pockets.
'Cause I like
You're
to
also
be
not that high on the
nice.
totem pole.
You don't have to do crime, but like the Thieves Guild does crime.
Yeah,
It's in the
You
name.
might be in the wrong
Just
place
don't
if
steal
you're
from
not
your party
fine.
members.
No shit. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I think I want to go troll the city and do some pickpocket.
Okay.
Nothing huge,
Roll
just
me percentile.
a D100.
Yes. On a 1 or a 2, you get caught and arrested.
Okay. Mike.
Mike,
Yes.
Blasting music.
why?
Sorry.
I mean, I appreciate it, but why?
28.
I'm sorry.
Awesome. Roll me 2d6.
Me?
No.
Sorry, Hef. He's doing thieve.
4.
Alright. You managed to steal 12 silver worth of items in your various doings in the city.
12.
And they're easily fenced.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for reference, the way that I generally do that, on a 1 or a 2, you get arrested. But on anything higher than a 90, you're going to double whatever amount of money you made.
Cool.
That's generally the way it works.
Yep.
Ajan!
Alright, so I basically want to try and kill 2 birds with 1 stone on this one.
Okay. Kill.
So,
Kill. Kill.
Kill!
or,
Sorry,
sorry.
it's a trigger phrase for me.
Oh, okay. I will catch 2 birds with 1 scone. How's that?
There you go.
Okay.
No, I apologize. Swampy has given me Pavlovian responses to various things in my time with him. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
moving on.
Okay, so I'm gonna head down to like the shipyard. For one, what I want to do is I want to see if there's sort of any like fixer-upper ships potentially that I could look into, like just like seeing if there's anyone who'd be willing to like buy me like in a half-finished. Let me buy like a half-finished ship or something,
Okay.
and also look for work as a shipwright to make some side cash.
Got it. Shipwright work is available.
Okay.
It will pay 4 gold for 8 hours of work.
Okay.
And
So-
it's consistent and pretty guaranteed. Like, you can just show up and do that anytime you have downtime you want to spend.
Perfect. So yes, I'm gonna be spending a lot of the day doing that, but I'm gonna be sort of like, whenever like I've been sort of like quote unquote investigating what's been going on with my monastery, I've been sort of doing it like, kind of like opportunistically. This time I'm gonna be sort of like actively going around and asking for if anybody has any info, people that have been like out to sea or have like or familiar with my monastery. Like I want to actually try and get my ear to the ground on this.
Okay. For now, all the general populace really knows is that your monastery was significantly hampering the pirate population, and without their presence, the pirates have been kind of taking over.
Mm-hmm.
Not to the complete oppression of all trade, but it's getting noticeably worse. And regular people really don't know what's going on.
So, with that, I'm just gonna kind of when I'm hearing like that, there's like, oh, okay, there's like huge amounts of pirates. I'm like, can you guys, maybe show me on a map or something what like parts of the ocean like are kind of getting hit the most? What cities are kind of in the most need? In case it wasn't obvious, that's kind of the reason why I'm deciding to start to build a ship in the first place.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, the average person working in the shipyard probably can't read a map.
Okay.
So, like, they can give you landmarks and tell you, between like southern Urgoth and No Star, like there's a whole bunch of pirate activity, stuff like that. But they can't actually tell you where those places are on a map because that is in this time period, in this setting, that is a very particular set of skills you have to be taught.
Right. Would it be fair to say that I know how to read maps and like star charts and everything?
Do you have proficiency with nautical vehicles or such things?
It was never presented to me as an option, but it is something that like would kind of be in character. So
All right, I'm gonna say you probably don't have proficiency with the vehicles themselves, but it would be reasonable for a pirate hunter like you to have some proficiency with navigational tools.
Okay.
So it wouldn't help you actually operating the boat, but you could vaguely tell, like, oh, we're going this direction by that star and this compass.
Okay. Yeah, so if that's the case, then I would like, can I ask around if there's sort of like any like naval officers or maybe like people who are spending like a long time at sea who could kind of potentially mentor me in not just so I know how to build ships and I know how to navigate, but I don't know how to how to work the helm. If there's anyone who could where I could potentially learn those skills.
All of the people who currently fit that role are sort of in and out of port on a regular basis because they're active sailor captains. Kalaman doesn't really have a navy. In fact, its navy, you find out at the dock, consists of a single clipper ship which has been docked for several years and just has the look of a very sad, unused boat.
Oh.
Kalaman's navy consists of about 12 guys who know how to swim.
I forgot that in like medieval times, swimming was like a luxury skill.
Yeah. You either learn it because you're a fisherman and you need to not die, or you learn it because you have leisure time to spend swimming.
Is there anyone I could inquire about that sort of slightly abandoned naval vessel?
There is, in fact. You can put in a request to petition Counselor Traverse, who is the head of Caladan's military. Incidentally, she's
DM.
one of the 12 people in the army who knows how to swim.
Okay.
She's number 6.
That's awful.
More paperwork. God damn it. Okay.
Bro, it's government property. What did you expect?
No, I know.
Swimmer number 6 of the
Even
Calaman Navy.
I love that it's like very clearly like abandoned government property, but it's still government property.
It is still
So,
very much government property.
The red
And
tape.
she
The red
had-
tape is still
She
up.
has spreadsheets.
All right.
Oh God, no, not
Is
more.
it- So, is it like is there like a commissar's like office like for like these officers, or like do I have to just like put in a request and wait?
More or less put in a request and wait, because all of the officers in the Calaman army are basically infantry and cavalry. They're
Gotcha.
like the entire port authority and all of the peacekeeping within the port is entirely down to the city guard and Councillor Black's influence.
Gotcha. Okay.
They hire, like, you would actually, as one of the monks who did this, you would be intimately familiar, because sailing is such an expensive endeavor. The cities that make their livelihood by sailing and by trading overseas can almost never actually afford to invest in that branch of their military because all of their money just keeps going back into trading. So they largely rely on organizations like yours or mercenary groups who sail for a living to defend their ships. Like, they can't afford to pour money into a navy that is only going to be used if pirates happen to appear.
They're not going to spend
And
money on
assume
an if.
Because
We are not yet at the age of the East India Trading Company hiring privateers just in case. Like, that amount of money doesn't exist yet.
And I assume, like, because, and that also makes sense because, like, my monastery was mostly altruistic. We did it because
Right.
that was like our mission. So a lot of these places, they're like, what need would we have for a navy? These guys are just doing it.
Right, and these guys are so much better than anyone else we could train or pay to do the job.
Right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So I'm gonna kind of make note of all this info that I've got.
Uh-huh.
Okay, pirates are starting to research again. No one with real info on what happened. But I am making a nice mint out of just building ships, which is kind of like what I do anyway. And while I'm going around, I'm gonna ask, hey, in some of the I'm just gonna kind of ask like some of like the other shipwrights. I know in these parts of town you can usually find some other ways of making cash, and I kind of like bang my fists together. Basically, I'm asking if there's like an underground fight club somewhere that people bet on.
Roll me insight.
All right.
Hello, fellow kids. Is there an underground fighting ring here?
Pretty much.
Not 20.
Love to see it.
Hmm.
Alright. So the particular people around you who you ask, they don't directly tell you anything about it, but they manage to drop enough hints to even get through your skull that what you want starts at about midnight, ends at dawn, and happens in that warehouse over there. You know, that one? Yeah, go over there.
All right. I kind of like, I'm just like, thank you kindly. I imagine like they were like basically like screaming these hints at me, and it's just like bing, 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 like bouncing off my head until
this is
one
something you
time-
absolutely would have missed if you hadn't gotten something like a 16 or a nat 20.
Okay.
Like, they do not openly discuss this.
Right. So after I finish work, I'm gonna like head back to the inn. I'm gonna let everyone else in the group know that I'm doing this.
Fair enough.
I'm just like, so if anybody wants to place some wagers, I think I'm gonna try and make some cash tonight.
I'll come with you.
I'm down.
No.
Hey, you guys are scrappers. Maybe you want to hop in yourselves.
Oh, no, not me. Not me.
As to the 2.5 foot tall gnome.
He said to the
Who also
2.5
isn't-
gnome wizard.
Also
should hop in the ring, buddy.
Not built for hand to hand, just built for magic. I don't know how acceptable that is in a fighting ring.
We'll see what the rules. I'd imagine.
Punch the gnome. Punch the gnome.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's like one of those like old school bare knuckle boxing things that like you'd see in like taverns. It's like the Sherlock Holmes movie.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm picturing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna head out and see what the deal is.
Awesome.
I'll head with
And
them.
how much was it for working 8 hours as a shipwright?
4 gold.
4 gold. Okay, let me note that. Jot that down.
Which is effectively just a living wage.
Right. It's just like a daily sort of, and I'd imagine like they mostly like, it's a lot of like contracting work. It's like people who like come in when they need them, get the job done, kind of deal.
Yep. There are, like, there's a core of resident engineers and shipwrights, but they supplement themselves with freelance contracts, basically.
Gotcha.
Like, there is enough work that they couldn't afford to keep that large a staff on hand without decreasing the money they're spending elsewhere.
I'm also going to let them know that there's a guy in the neighborhood named Hector who, maybe just, they're like, if maybe don't have him like actually like in the craftsmanship, but he's strong. He can move stuff for you.
Huh? Speaking of Hector, he's already at the fighting.
Oh. Hey, buddy.
Oh, hi. Hey, boss.
Hey. I didn't know you knew. I just found out about this place. I didn't know you were coming here.
Yeah, no, I got, my brother runs it.
You have a brother?
Yeah, most people do.
Oh, okay. I don't. But,
He very solemnly pats you on the shoulder. My condolences.
My dude, you're an orphan.
yeah, I'm literally like an orphan. It's like
you are a found child.
Exactly. It's all good, man.
You're a child found in a dumpster.
Do you think I could maybe get a word in with your brother, see if I could throw my hat in the ring?
Sure, he's right over there.
How about like is it just like Hector wearing different clothes?
It's
like
his twin brother, yes.
Yeah, it's a twin. Okay, got it.
So Hector has like the most dude bro Santa Monica kind of hair that you've ever seen in your life. His brother is bald with a large lumberjack beard. Other than that, they're identical.
I kind of go up to him, offer a hand to shake.
He shakes it firmly but not crushingly. Nice to meet you.
Because I imagine he probably could if he wanted to.
He's not superhumanly hench. He's like a strong boxer type guy.
Okay, yeah, he's like old school. You know that famous picture, like the old.
Think McGregor if McGregor were a little bit taller.
Gotcha. McGregor, he's actually a lightweight, so he's kind of like that lithe, scrappy kind of deal. Okay.
Yeah. He is not a towering mountain of muscle.
Gotcha.
Like Hector.
Like Hector.
Hector's just too dumb not to be that strong.
Yeah. Okay.
How's it going?
Pleasure to meet you.
So you know Hector? My condolences.
Hey, so your brother, we've done some work together, and he's held his own. You should be really proud of your brother.
I am proud of him. I just also acknowledge his flaws.
Well, it's the flaws in a diamond that make him beautiful. But so I was wondering if I could.
My brother used to wrestle trees when he was 6.
I look
Oh.
like I just kind of like lean, like make sure Hector can listen. So I take it you got the brains in the family.
I don't know who did, but he sure didn't.
Fair
But
enough.
I dearly love my brother, and I would do anything for my brother. But also, he has been following a complete stranger doing basically everything you say. So we can make some assumptions here about his survival instincts and sense of self-preservation, perhaps.
I'm so sorry. If you want me to stop inviting him on our exploits, I
He's
totally
not dead.
understand.
He's an adult. He can do what he wants. I'm just pointing out that there's a disconnect here. I'm just pointing it out. I
Yeah,
don't make decisions for him.
Just like I'm not coming from a place of taking advantage of him. I genuinely like the guy, and he's incredibly helpful, and we compensate him. We do compensate him.
This is good.
And speaking of which, do you have any openings where I could potentially make my debut in your little ring here?
We've got an open slot tonight if you really want.
It would be my pleasure.
I'd be interested
All right.
too.
Oh, we
Kind
got another scrapper right here.
Peanut gallery in the.
Yeah.
Right. I only have one open slot tonight, so whichever one of you wants to fight the most.
Mind if I
Unless
take
someone
this
else
one,
shows
Leica?
up.
Is it okay if I take this one, Leica?
Of course, you brought us here.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll put my name down.
He hands you a very professional-looking clipboard with an actual ink pen. All right, make your mark. Standard rules: bare knuckles only. No weapons. No magic. No dirty tricks. Nothing below the belt.
All right. And I kind of like look at him like, what about key?
We are a boxing ring, not a monastery.
Okay. No key. Understandable.
Do you want me to help you? And I just kind of look at the point at the clipboard.
I got this. And I'm like sweating. I'm just writing my name, right? I'm just signing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are putting your name in the slot for the fight. You are fighting someone named Copper McGee.
Copper McGee. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Again, my first grade blocky ass signature. Not longhand, not script. Blocky, full capital letters.
Yep. Good.
You know what would have been funny if you made him start out fighting Glass Joe.
It's not Glass Joe. It's Copper McGee.
Copper
I know.
McGee. Okay.
Hard stuck in copper. Never made it to platinum. Anyway.
Fuck.
Okay.
I was
barely
gonna
making
say,
it
watch
silver.
out, McGee's got karate training and a gun.
Watch out. I heard he's got an orange belt in karate and a Glock 19.
I was making a reference to McGee from fucking NCIS.
Oh, yeah.
He's got karate training and a gun.
All
No,
right.
I was going in the direction of, I'm going to defeat you with the power of friendship and this gun I found. Except it's not the power of friendship. I'm going to defeat you with the power of violence and also a gun. That image just lives in my head rent free. So anyway, it takes about an hour for your fight to roll around, and by the time you've gotten there, you've learned a few things about Copper McGee. Namely, he is a human of roughly 18 years old. He's a fairly talented boxer and has no practical fighting experience outside of the ring whatsoever.
Oh,
Okay, so
boy.
He is a pure stand-up fighter.
Copper McGee's gonna get rolled.
Yeah, he is.
Well, we're gonna see.
Okay.
So this is going to be contested skill checks.
All right.
I would like
We're
to
not going to... Are we betting?
Am I allowed
Are you
to
betting?
bet? Are we
Yeah.
allowed to? I'm gonna bet.
The odds are... The odds are 4-1 against Ajan, because he's the unknown.
4-1 against Ajan.
It is
How high
noting
do
I
the
have-
bets run?
Ajan, you're my friend. I believe in you, right?
Yes.
I'm going to tap Leica quickly and hold up a finger and ask the owner of this establishment, how high do the bets usually run here?
You're allowed to run up to 20 gold.
Alright.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I, as a fighter, have fought Ajan myself, and I know that he is a formidable foe. I am also a fish person who has very little experience with this shit. I am used to talking to scholars and that. I am going to make a potentially horrible decision. I want to bet as much as I can on Ajan, because
no.
I believe in my
Do it.
friend.
Do it.
I am putting 3 gold on Ajan.
I am gonna put 20 gold on Ajan.
Should I throw? Should I take a dive?
It would be kind of funny, yeah.
Betting on you.
So, Luma, you are looking at 3 gold, you said?
Yes, 3 gold.
So a total payout of 12 gold if you win. Leica's looking at a total payout of 80.
Should
I
I
have to
subtract?
make enough money.
Should I
I have
subtract
gone
my
now.
gold from what I have?
We're gonna do the math after you win or lose.
Okay.
So
I need some way to afford that spell.
So this is just old school pugilism. No magic, no weapons, no key. Just
Yes.
Okay.
Beating the shit out of that man.
Mm-hmm. It's just I see it first. Distract target.
Yes, something
Wild
like that.
haymaker. Commit elbow block. Discombobulate.
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 Discombobulate. First, discombobulate. Then, discombobulate.
Discombobulate.
Recovery of ability to spit on back of head.
Discombobulate.
Okay. I think the most logical way to do this is a straight up strength contest.
Can I do dex?
Or
Or
strength or dex, depending on whichever they choose, or
Honestly, if you want to be a swarmer, you can probably use dex. It would make sense. He is not going to use dex. He's going to use strength.
so just a straight dex roll?
Yes.
Time to lose all my money. Time to lose all my money.
Wow!
All right. It is best of 3. So he's got 1.
jeez.
Alright. He throws in a good hit. Alright, kid. Let's see what you got. Next one?
Absolutely slammed by a child.
10.
Oh no.
10.
Also
Oh,
10.
no.
His modifier's lower.
So that's 1 each.
That goes to me?
Yep.
Okay. 10 again. Oh god, no.
You got rolled.
Oof. Oof.
Oh, my rolls. My rolls.
Yeah, one more.
14.
Okay.
Okay. 2
Yeah.
to 2. Here we go.
2 to 2.
This one.
It's an exciting fight.
11.
So far.
9.
Yeah!
I could not have planned that better if I tried. Let's go.
So like, you can clearly see I'm about to use a flurry of blows, and I'm like, wait, can't do that. Just regular old punches. Just punches.
If you're allowed to use that, he'd be dead. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Because also,
absolutely.
I'm level 5 now, so I could just stunning strike every time. Just nope.
Yeah, you. There's a reason this is straight up boxing.
Yeah. I just imagine there's like whenever I'm about to throw, I'm about to pause. I'm like, wait, rules.
Yep. My friend, you
Uh,
have superhuman abilities. This is just a guy who punches people sometimes.
I think
He's
that's
also a
fair.
dock worker. Like that's his entire itinerary.
Yeah. So I imagine like I'm pretty like bruised up. or whatever. As soon as like he's done, I'm gonna like. Is he out cold? Like, how does this end?
So it's not to knockout unless a knockout just kind of happens. It's more like regular boxing rules.
Best of like, is it a 5-rounder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, it's a 3 because we did best of 3. So.
But we did do 5. We did go all 5 rounds because we each got 2.
Yes, but you won 3 rounds.
Okay, right.
Or you won 3 contests. We're gonna say it was a 3-rounder because in my head that
Okay,
made
gotcha.
sense at the time, and we're just gonna run with it until next time. We'll work something else. It's fine.
Gotcha.
Anyway, first to 3, and you won. It was not exactly a steamroll because turns out when you're just straight up punching someone, you are not as good as you could be.
Right.
It is not at all your strong suit, and also this dude hits like a truck. Like reminds you distinctly of the Draconian that knocked you out twice, kind of hitting you in like just. His specialty seems to be just driving, not wild haymakers, but very, very precise hooks directly into your jaw repeatedly.
Gotcha.
So when you're getting hit and knocked around.
Headhunters.
Yes.
I know the type. So like, do I knock him out, or is it like it's up to decision and like they kind of like do the.
He manages to hold his own, and it goes down to decision, by which point you win by like a handful of points on the judge's side. It was about the closest fight you've had in a while that wasn't life or death.
Right.
At the end of it, he walks up, he shakes your hand. He has a painfully Irish accent.
Oh, no.
Like, you can barely understand a word this man is saying. But my voice is so I can't.
You little bastard! You really got my friend.
Yeah, no.
Again.
I'm losing my voice. I can't do that, but you know what it sounds like.
Oh yeah.
Half Gaelic Irish accent.
Yeah, I've been to Ireland and I've heard it.
Yeah.
So like I shake his hand and I bow to him, bow to the crowd, like open hand over fist, bow. And I'm gonna go up to Hector's brother. What was his name again?
He didn't tell you his name. You didn't ask.
Okay. Oh. Wait, I did though.
I don't remember you asking his name. Because I had his name ready to go, and I don't remember you asking. Okay, in that case, that's my bad. His name is Harry.
Harry, okay. Harry and Hector.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go over to Harry. I'm just like...
He is Harry, son of Harold, who was married to Harriet.
I had a hunch that was the case.
Yeah.
That is a joke. That is not how he introduces himself at all. I just now realized I have so many H names in this campaign. It's not even funny.
That's good.
So anyway,
yeah, pop my I imagine I'm in the process of resetting my broken nose.
Yep. Harry walks over, shakes your hands, like, "Here, good fight."
Yep.
Hands you your winnings, which amount to about 15 gold. Because you did not exactly take down the champion, but that guy was on a 5-winning streak when you took him out.
Okay.
He was doing all right. So it basically amounts to your commission. No, it's not 15. Your bonus is 15. He pays you 3 gold for the fight. You get 3 additional gold per win in the guy's undefeated streak. I'm sorry.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have it all written down somewhere, but I'm not looking at that page. I just know what the numbers are. You get 18 gold for that because good fight. And because it's illegal activity, so it pays really well.
Right. And I'd imagine there's probably a ton of gambling that goes through here.
Oh yeah.
You can earn an entire week's pay in 5 minutes here.
Yes. A lot of people just lost a lot of money to make up for the fact that Micah just made 80 gold off of that.
Did I get the Bilal treatment? Everyone was booing me after I won?
No, they're just stunned silence. We did not expect this to go that way.
I got congrats. He's like,
everyone in here is either a sailor or a trained fighter of some kind, so they're not exactly unfamiliar with how combat goes. They're just like, holy crap, that kid was good. He was one of the best, and you just walked in from nowhere.
It is worth noting that I have very like recognizable like pirate hunter monastery tattoos on me. So
Yeah.
like
So it's not like they hate you. Like they know where you're coming from. They're shocked you're that good in a boxing match.
Right. So I'm just gonna like, put my jaw back in place and go to Harry. So I go, so are you pretty connected around here? I'd imagine so, given the trade.
Depends on what you're after.
Few things. First off, I'm looking to get a ship built. I can do the actual building myself, and it seems like I am just getting bombarded with red tape. If you know anybody in these offices who could maybe speed up the process a little bit?
He just kind of looks around the warehouse. Look, man, if you want to build a ship in Kalaman, you've got to go through Black. And I'm a foreman. Like, that is not my specialty. I just build boats.
Okay.
And I punch people. That's pretty much. I build boats and I punch people. That's pretty much
me
all
too. That's what I do.
Right, we have that in common. So you know about where I'm coming from here.
I get it. It's worth a shot. You know what I mean?
I appreciate the initiative, and I can't help you.
Yeah, got a network. And Real Mike is looking for jobs right now, so I feel that.
Bro.
Yay, escapism.
Generally, that time.
I just got a job. It was not a fun experience. Anyway.
So it's a appreciate that. It's also I've been asking around, but you seem to be pretty decently connected in the underground here. You recognize these tattoos, right?
Yeah. We know where you're from.
Yeah. I don't exactly hide it, but just still trying to piece together what's happened.
I don't know. I haven't seen one of you in something like 6 months.
Has your trade been getting fucked up?
Mine, no. The sailors, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd imagine that feeds back to you eventually because less people are willing to get out on the seas.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole bedlam and murder thing, but you know what? I'm making a lot of money off of it, so I'm not exactly okay with it, but I'm not gonna.
So the reason I'm asking is because would you say that there's a market for that again? I mean, I assume that there is, but you think maybe people would appreciate someone watching the coasts again?
There are a couple of mercenary companies down south and out of Sandcrest, which, I mean, they're Minotaurs, they're good at what they do, but they're over in Sandcrest, they're not up here.
Right. Well, just I'm just trying to gauge some info. Still relatively new in town.
I think Luma would come up next to him and say, "That might be something you look into after you get a ship in the water." Yes?
Fair enough.
If you're gonna invest the money into getting a ship in the water in the first place, you better know what you're gonna do with it.
Well, he knows what he's gonna do with it.
I need the ship.
He's doing market research.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Because we have escapism in this campaign.
Look, John, he's not a books guy, but he does know how trade and everything works on the seas. So he's trying to get his kind of cover his bases here.
He knows numbers, not letters.
Exactly. So I'm just gonna. Well, Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you. Building a ship is expensive, so you'll probably be seeing me here a bit more.
Fair enough. Looking forward to it. That was a hell of a show.
All right. I hope to give you more in the future. Kind of offer him a handshake. I am probably covered in blood and sweat, so I'm just a nasty old handshake.
Most of it your own blood, but yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna probably just go to a near water trough, wash myself off, and probably head out and go to sleep.
Cool. Y'all have made a lot of money tonight.
Oh yeah.
What did we make?
You made 12 gold. Leica made 80.
Yeah, like I made $80.
I believe.
How are you-
I'm gonna be honest. I was entirely expecting to lose that totally.
Yeah, how are you feeling when it came down to the wire?
Technically, you only made
Oh.
60. Yeah.
I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I had basically called that a lost cause. My character is 17 and not good with money. She believes in her friends. I was expecting you to. I was not expecting to see that money back.
You know, Ocean,
Did I?
it's 60, or it's 80 plus your return. So you don't lose your money for betting. You make quadruple your money for betting. Or you lose what you bet.
I just doubled my gold total.
I made 80. I have 100 now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
I just
So-
doubled my gold total in one fight.
To be clear, just so we're clear, economically speaking, 1 gold is roughly equivalent to $150 US right now. Is how I've set up this economy.
Correct.
It's like, so wow, so it's like literally like UFC Fight Night, just like
Yes.
like
there is a lot of money to be made and lost here.
I made $1,900 in 20 minutes.
Good. But like
made-
the idea is that a couple of gold is supposed to be a living wage for like a week.
Yeah,
Right.
hence we make 5 gold a week working for the Kalaman.
Yeah.
Working for Kalaman.
Yeah. I made 4 gold an entire day as a shipwright. So.
Yes.
I made 8 as a linguist.
And yeah, it's because you know magic.
Yeah.
Again, you are in the roughly 15% of the total living sentient population that can perform magic in any capacity. You're going to make a lot of money doing that.
And I just made $12,000.
Yes.
On the way back to the inn, I'm gonna kind of elbow Leica. And say,
ask for a loan.
No,
Can you spot me
I'm
like
not.
$300?
No. How much do you usually make on a daily basis?
Nothing.
You do have comprehend language, right?
Yes. I'm gonna be honest. She kind of looks at the big sack of gold she got. I have very little idea how to use this. They didn't have this stuff under the water. They just bartered for things.
Think of that as what you would barter for something else.
So, I imagine like someone would have like a really shiny. Imagine someone had a really shiny like conch shell, and like it wasn't necessarily like useful for anything other than it being really shiny. But people would trade for those, right? Because sometimes like they're just representative of rarity. That's what those are.
They stand in for what you would barter someone else for something you want.
I kind of gathered that, but I still think it's a bit weird.
Oh, it's very weird. The concept of a fiat currency is wild.
Bro, you were trying to explain that to a fish.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not technically a fiat currency.
Because it is physical. It is a physical property, so it's not representative of like a bank. But it is fiat in the sense that like it's stamped, so it still has more worth than raw gold. So it's
the representation of a government.
Of value. So I'd say it is fiat. It's fiat like.
You guys are like having a discussion about the intricacies of like the money system. The fish is just kind of staring there.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know who you think is printing more money. There is no one printing more money in this setting.
Oh, that's fair. So
there is exactly zero centralized government whatsoever. You are living in the post-apocalypse.
So if we
like
find bars of gold, we can stamp whatever the heck we want on them and just use them.
No, all of the gold that exists, all of the actual gold coins that exist were made pre-Cataclysm.
Oh, so it's like a Fallout bottle cap situation.
Yes.
Okay, like literally, because it's post-apocalypse and we're using like. Okay.
Like
I
the
gotcha.
barter system fully works here because sometimes people just don't have money. The only reason you are seeing this much money is because you are in the population center of the current civilized world.
All right. So it looks like we're going to need to get our bartering hats on if we travel further afield.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. Well,
Like
I made
you
good
can amass money
Okay.
and wealth, but you will never, until there is some larger structured government here, you are never going to be able to move past the barter system effectively.
Makes sense. Also, I like how Lika, who has no concept of money, now has the most by a long shot.
Yes.
Yes.
Because she made a
Specifically because she does not have any.
Specifically because I'm horrible with
concept
money.
of
That was a horrible idea. Like out of character, that was intentionally a bad idea.
I
And
appreciate
it paid
the
off.
I appreciate the commitment.
Yep. So
Um,
just a single object example for what we're talking about the economy, right? Counselor Black owns the docks. You understand this.
Right.
He does not own the docks because he paid for them. He owns the dock because he built them. He is the guy responsible for there being docks here, therefore he owns them.
There's no shareholders in this world. There's no sponsors. It is, you build it, it's yours.
Yeah. So because he and his household are solely responsible for that, he is now the counselor in charge of it, and he's going to keep passing that down his family line because they're responsible for it being there.
And I need to cozy up to him if I want to get this ship built.
I mean,
you're
a ward of the city. It's entirely possible, or not a ward. You're a herald of the city. It's entirely possible if you just go find him and talk to him. He might be busy, but
I would suggest you talk to Dwarvos and quite possibly. Dropnik, what's your character's name?
Ajan.
Ajan. Talk to Dwarvos and Ajan about value of currency. Because they'll know better. I kind of come from a foreign nation.
I grew up in the woods.
I'll say this also, don't carry all of that around at once.
No. Oh, no.
Find a safe place that only you have access to store it. Take what you need for the day. No more, no less, because you know how Twint is really good at kind of palming things off? He's not the only one that can do that. So, don't care.
There is an entire guild in every city that I've visited that specifically deals in stolen merchandise.
So,
yep.
And coins are the easiest to deal with.
I will say, though, if you need a good place to hide it, you are one of the only people in this entire city that can breathe underwater. So...
Yes.
You're one of 13 people here who can swim.
I'm one of 13 people here can swim. I'm the only one that can breathe underwater.
Wait, am I the... Am I number... Is it... So it's like people who can swim. Me, Leica, and 11 others.
Yeah.
I can swim too without armor.
Oh, so there are 14 people in this city who know how to swim.
Luma can probably swim too because he's from an island nation.
15 swimmers? Man,
there are probably more, but that's just what is contained within the Kalaman military.
Right. Okay, yeah,
Are we
so...
technically considered Kalaman a military? Technically?
Yes. That's what you swore yourself into.
Fair enough.
You are not members of the standing army, but you have sworn yourself into service under the military leadership. Like, that's your job. You're freelancers, but you're now part of the city's military.
Oh,
so,
by the way, at some point, can I go up to Hector and just talk to him a bit?
You may. I, as a DM, am running out of steam very quickly, though, so
It'll be quick.
I apologize. My voice is going.
No, of course, man, dude. I'm also I also DM. I totally get it. I'm just gonna go up to Hector and be like, "Hey, buddy, your brother's great. Really nice guy."
Yeah, he is. I like him.
Yeah, me too.
I think I might keep him.
All right, good for you, man. I just had a question.
What's up?
Are you okay with the work relationship we have?
Seems to be working out so far.
All right, no, I'm just like, just note, like, I'm only doing this because you've been extremely resourceful, and I'd like to consider you a friend. But I'm just letting you know, if you don't want to do what we do, you don't have to. You should feel
You're
under
the
no
boss.
obligation. No, that's the what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not your boss.
Sure you are.
But, okay.
He does not understand what you are trying to say. It's going in one ear and directly out the other.
I look over at the group. I'm like, anybody want to help me crack this nut?
No, I'm good.
This is entirely on you, I'm afraid.
Okay. Hector, I don't want to put this the wrong way, but I'm worried that you think that you have to do this. I want to know, do you, regardless of, me and everybody else here, do you want to be adventuring with us? Is there anything else you'd rather be doing?
I got nothing better to do. Keeps me occupied. Better than building houses.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. I just want to make sure that you're here because you want to.
Sure.
All right. Just
I
I just kind of look at everyone and I'm just like, I don't know what to do about this. Like, I guess, you know what? Forget I said anything. Let's just go home.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. Just imagine it, like, as I'm walking, I'm just like, am I a bad person? Am I taking advantage of him? I'm not taking advantage of him, right?
I mean, he seems kind of like me in wanting to just ride the waves out and see how they go.
No, I respect that, but
Doesn't want to be here. He just won't follow us.
right. Okay. All right. Just making sure we're on the same page here.
Also, out of character, I'm gonna say this. I am going to Timothy Dexter this shit.
I don't
don't get
that
that.
means.
It's a guy that made some very bad financial decisions and they all worked out, like shipping bedpans to an extremely hot country, or what was it, to Cuba, and sending cats abroad, like gathering cats and shipping them abroad.
Wait,
Timothy
that's
Dexter.
why that's why so many that's the guy because
Timothy
in
Dexter.
so many countries in the Middle East they have these huge cat epidemics. Or is that no? That was the British. That may have been the British Army.
Yeah, that was the different thing. Basically, he was just a guy that made several really bad financial decisions because people told him to, and they all worked out.
Hey, you should bet in this fighting ring.
Bet in this fighting ring, it's gonna work.
Yeah, dude, you're like, have you seen like people who like go to who like watch UFC for the first time? That's what people do. Like, I don't know who these fighters are. I don't know the rules. I don't even know why I'm here. But if people are putting down money, I'm gonna do it.
Pretty much, yeah.
But
so yeah, I am more or less spent for this session. If there's anything else y'all want to do,
you want to just like cliff notes the third day?
Sure. What do you want to do on the third day?
I'm gonna work with Lady Perth.
I'm gonna work on the docks.
I'm going to work with my comprehend languages.
All right.
I think
We'll
I
do
want.
working.
Weddings.
It's 4 gold for a day on the docks?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
And 8 gold for translating.
Yes.
Yeah, I quadrupled my my money in a single session. Fine by me.
Oh yeah. I
Clint,
Hi.
you got cut off.
I think I want to practice my stealth in the castle.
Okay.
I mean, I'm allowed to be there, but just practicing stealth in such a situation.
Fair enough. What would you like to get out of this?
I don't know.
Okay. I will get back to you on that next session then.
Or maybe between sessions.
Actually, that's a lie. I know exactly what you're going to get out of it, and I'll make a note of it, but we will have to do it later.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's day 3, and then
it?
I think we'll pick up next session. Yeah.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Mike, I need to kidnap you. But yeah.
Me?
Oh, by the way, was there any weddings for day 3 or not?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay.
It's a good scheme, but it's not going to pick up immediately.
That's fair. I think after like a week or 2, it'll probably pick up.
Contract
Probably.
work.
You just walk into a bar, say, "Hey, anyone want to get married?" Flight up next to a girl. "Hey, baby, want to get married?" Not to me, just to your partner.
Just
Whoever you're
literally
dating.
anyone. It'll only cost you 30 gold.
All things considered, when it comes to weddings, that's not that much.
No, it's not. It's a very reasonable fee.
This is true.
I must now find some kind of silly commodity to trade in all of my money for, since I was told I shouldn't carry money around.
Listen,
Not
some
that much.
some like coked out businessman comes up to you. Listen, kid, you got a great pool on your hands. Have you thought about an investment? Here's what I'm thinking. Sheep. Invest in sheep. You buy sheep, you get them to breed, you make more sheep. I'm telling you, man, this is how we make it big. This is how we make it big, kid.
That's a solid business idea.
But it just the idea that this guy figured out like shepherding. Like
Yeah.
this
Well
big
coked out of his
money.
mind.
Yeah, like he has this big money making scheme and it's just shepherding.
Yup. Good.
Anyway, Swampy, you said you wanted to kidnap me for something?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, there's, as a note, before people begin disappearing and at the very end of the session, so Hef can stop recording. The next session is either going to be more bookkeeping and preparation for, or it is going to be the beginning of the siege on Wheelwatch. So be prepared for that.
Okay.
Boy, prepare for battle.
Us sieging Wheelwatch, right?
There will be a siege on Wheelwatch. How you participate is up to you.
Cool.
Well, I mean, like, Calaman's forces sieging what is controlled by the Dragon Army.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will remind you, you have at your disposal 75 well-trained mercenaries who are, after 3 days, pretty well recovered and very restless. Those are the resources you have to play with, pretty much.
Fun.
Yeah.
At least it's
Gonna be
not me
interesting.
this time with the stupid amount of soldiers at my beck and call.
Yeah, I made a mistake.
Last campaign.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I
I may or
enjoyed
may
it.
not have just handed Hef control of an entire legion of paladins. Because I thought it would be cool. And then realized it was a mistake.
When was this?
That was the last campaign you guys
Wild
were in.
Mark.
Dude, you literally have a crusade on your hands.
I did.
So they
Two
were in a
crusades.
remote mountain village, which was serviced entirely by a single band of mercenaries, of which they were part. And then, just before the big climactic battle of that particular campaign, they hired on the help. It was Art hired on the help of her family's personal guard because she was a noble, and they showed up, and it just so happens that most of them are ill riggers, which are demon paladins. And I gave command of 2 full squads of demon paladins to Twint because I was like, oh, everyone's going to get to command somebody, so everybody gets, this many units, and I just handed them out willy-nilly with no regard to whether or not people would actually want to do that. Mistakes were made.
Well, my character was unnamed,
I have to wander off.
but yeah.
I will catch you guys later.
Okay.
See ya.
Yep. See ya.
The
See
kidnapping
ya.
I need to do
That is, for the record, the logic
What?
behind Ocean having mercenaries, because he's the only person in that campaign who responded well to having anyone to command.
Yeah.
We take baby steps. All right, see y'all.
See ya.
Kidnapping.
Bobby, let's hop into the avatar.
That is the requisite kidnapping I need to do.
Yep.
Okay. That's what I figured that's what you wanted to ask.
Correct.
Good night.
Good night.